The following is a presentation of Fox Sports.
When the lights are brightest, you must focus at a higher level. When the stars show up and deliver, are you ready to stand in toe-to-toe? For 7 innings, Arizona was. For the final 2, the Bombers from the Bronx unloaded their bats tonight. Former D-back Javier Vasquez duels with southpaw Dontrell Willis. Let's grab the lumber and get to work. Arizona looks to take the series from the world champs now on Fox Sports Arizona. And another packed house. Boy, those turnstiles are burning up again here at Chase Field. Game 3 with the New York Yankees here in town. All the action brought to you by our good friends and partners with Jaguar of North Scottsdale. It's the New York Yankees. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks. And for the Diamondbacks, they certainly hope as they get together that both of their pitchers will be on par in the outing tonight, which certainly will set up a fabulous matchup. Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter ready to go for the New York Yankees. Chris Young looking to show himself not only here in Arizona but across the country late night in New York. Here is the focus, though. Dontrell Willis still struggling to find the strike zone. Can he do so against the New York Yankees? Remember, in 2003, he was a Marlin. When they won it all, he pitched out of the bullpen. Hello there, folks. Welcome back to the ballpark. 1 game to the Diamondbacks, 1 game to the Yankees. Both games have been blowouts. We'll see what Game 3 brings. He is Mark Grace. My name is Darren Sutton. Now, when you talk about Javier Vasquez, who is on the mound for the New York Yankees, he has been a busy pitcher. He's played for a handful of clubs throughout his major league career. And as a matter of fact, he has been a key member in sending one Diamondback out of town and then another back in. Randy Johnson was part of that trade in 2005. Chris Young came back.
And really, Chris Young has been a centerpiece ever since he's been with the Diamondbacks. Javi had to move on, and he's coming off his best year as a pitcher, and that was last year in Atlanta. He really struggled mightily early this year, Darren, but he's starting to turn around. June has been very friendly to Javier Vasquez. As you can see, in his 4 starts this month, he's starting to put it back together, and that's bad news for Diamondback hitters.
Throws hard, cutter, and a 4-pitch mix as well, and now Miguel Montero back in the starting lineup against that 4-pitch mix. He hit early in the season, hurt his knee, had surgery. He's come back. He's hitting again. It's been incredible to watch.
Yeah, it is. And you just wonder what might have been if Miguel Montero could have stayed healthy all year long. But we can't live with couldas and wouldas and what ifs. But what you can live with is this guy's bat. He is hitting to all fields. He's pulling the ball out of the ballpark. He's singling to left field to drive in runs. He's doing a great job behind the plate as well. Miguel Montero is showing everybody he is indeed the real deal.
And leading with this bat, too, providing some energy, preparation, the things that go along with winning baseball, some leadership very quietly provided by Miguel Montero. Glad to have you with us. Speaking of leadership, how about the best closer in the history of the game, especially if you count postseason play? Mariano Rivera reflects on his time not only in the big leagues, but pitching here in Chase Field in the 2001 World Series. Diamondbacks baseball brought to you by Gila River Casinos, proud partner of the Diamondbacks. By SRP, planting 1,000 trees for every win the Diamondbacks post in the month of May. Visit srp.net/trees. And by Southwest Airlines. Visit southwest.com. Grab your bag. It is on.
Floater, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
Well, it simply doesn't get any better than that. Game 7, bottom of the 9th, Luis Gonzalez getting it done against Mariano Rivera. Jody Jackson back with you, getting set for Diamondbacks and Yankees, third game of a 3-game set here in 2010. But we are remembering, and prior to that moment, Mariano Rivera had converted 23 straight save opportunities in the postseason. In an extremely revealing conversation, Joe Borowski and Todd Walsh asked Rivera for his memory of that night. It's our Geico quote of the game.
It was wonderful. To me, it was wonderful. You know, great series. We almost steal it. They did everything better than us. Pitching, scored more runs, all the plays. They did great, you know, and yeah, they almost lose the game.
As Mariano said, almost stole the series. Arizona outscored the Yankees 40-11 in that World Series. What will be the score tonight? It's game 3 of a 3-game set. Diamondbacks with a chance to win the series.
To have you back at the ballpark. The top part of the Yankees order getting ready to roll New York, keeping an eye across country as some of their foes go head-to-head with the clubs in the Eastern Division in the American League. We'll keep an eye on those games tonight as he is a little bit of scoreboard watching, even though it is June. The Yankees lineup with the top, Derek Jeter, Nick Swisher, Mark Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez is having a big series, had a big night last night. Robinson Cano getting MVP votes at this time. Francisco Cervelli is the catcher. Granderson, Gardner can fly, and Vasquez. 28-year-old left-hander Dontrell Wayne Willis makes his 12th start of the year. 2-2. An ERA of 4.78 as the electric flash bulbs go off all around this ballpark. Numbers presented by the UPS store. These are the numbers as a member of the Diamondbacks. The 14 walks in 15 innings, something he hopes to keep smoothing out. But the count is 2-0 to Derek Jeter. Dontrell, of course, faced the Yankees 3 relief appearances in 2003, games 1, 3, and 5. Didn't give up a run, and that World Series title won by the Florida Marlins. Not even close, 3-0 the count. Jeter was 0 for 3 on Monday, and then in yesterday's game was 2 for 5 with 2 runs scored. And Derek is on.
Well, Dontrell Willis off to a tough start. Missed pretty badly with all 4 of those. Well, that's just asking for it against a lineup like this, Darren. Mel Stottlemyre already. Oh, boy.
Switch hitter, Nick Swisher. Mark Teixeira's a switch hitter as well. A couple of dangerous power hitters at the top of the order. Not your stereotypical number 2 hitter. Well, he will take a walk. A couple of years ago, walked 100 times in a season as he takes strike 1, 0-1 the count. So when you say that a pitcher misses on 4 straight and then finally throws a strike, if you call it a Bronx cheer with this crowd, what are you really saying? They might just...
Very well said.
A lot of conflicted fan support here. It's been great, though. The one thing we have loved here, folks, and we want to be clear, the energy in this park for 3 days.
I love it. And the Diamondback players should love it. Hey, man, as long as they're here, as long as they're making noise, bring it. Enjoy a Major League ball game.
Inside, 2-1 the count. Swisher in this series, a double, a triple. He is 4 for 9. One raised in Columbus, Ohio. Dontrell coaching himself, talking to himself, trying to inspire himself. As a throw sends Jeter back. More than anything for Willis, it's part mechanical and part between the ears.
And when it's in between the ears, that's when it's real trouble.
The 2-1 to the backstop. So a wild pitch. The Diamondbacks lead Major League Baseball with the most wild pitches, and the runner is at second base in scoring position. And nothing Miguel Montero could do about that one. Mark Teixeira waits on deck with Alex Rodriguez in the hole. 3-1. Bouncing ball. 3-2 the count. In 2003, this left-hander was the Rookie of the Year. He made 27 starts. He won 14 games and had a 3.30 ERA. In 2005, he finished second to Chris Carpenter in the Cy Young voting. He won 22 games that year. In the left center field, it's down for a base hit. Jeter comes on down. The Yankees lead it 1-0. For Swisher, his 5th hit in the series, his 45th RBI of the season, and the walk already comes around to score.
And part of being wild, too, folks, is falling behind 3-1, 3-2, having to come to the middle of the plate. Swisher looks for a break, or gets a breaking ball right in the middle of the plate, lines it into center field. 1-0 Yankees.
So now Mark Teixeira, in his last 14 games, raising that batting average as he takes a strike right down the middle. Overall on the entire season, not impressive, 228. But he has driven in 45 runs in that quote-unquote not impressive season.
Say, that's pretty productive.
But hitting over 300 in the last couple of weeks as that one bounces in there. The New York Yankees, when they are able to notch a tally on that scoreboard first, they're 29-6 this year.
They're full of good news tonight.
1-1 the count. But Big Tex, as we like to call him up here, in his last 14 games has 16 hits, hitting .302. 5 for his last 10 with runners in scoring position, as that one is high. Now, that looked like an off-speed pitch, correct? And I think what happens is if you miss with enough fastballs, you'll get a catcher tuck into something else. Let's try something else if we're missing with fastballs. The 2-1 to Teixeira. 3-1 the count. "14 pitches, 4 of them, unfortunately for Dontrelle, have been strikes."
Tough way to make a living at this level. Falling behind in the count constantly, walking people. He was fortunate there to share a chase ball 4. Let's see if he can use that to his advantage. Maybe get a big double play ball here.
Well, we've seen that now, haven't we? We've seen hitters,
so far,
whether it's being impatient, wanting to hit and not walk, whatever the reason. We've seen hitters early in ball games a couple of times bail Dontrelle out, let him get some momentum. And this may help. Well, of all things, that's hard to figure out.
I am shocked that a New York Yankee team would make an just inexcusable mistake like that on the base pass. And I would imagine Joe Girardi's thinking the same thing. When you're running 3-2, you're not trying to steal the base. You're just running, trying to stay out of the double play. Well, you're just giving Dontrelle Willis, who is all over the place, and you can see the disgust on Joe Girardi's face. And look what happens.
The defense. And his skipper talking to him. It's pretty firm talk here. Wow, that's good stuff. Great pictures, guys. Way to capture that. You're the best. The world's most successful sports franchise with regard to value. You're number one. Doesn't mean you're not accountable. Manager right there down talking to him.
What's going on with that?
Here's Alex Rodriguez. Off-speed pitch. He's just feeling for it, and it's like and we all know it when we get home, maybe sometimes late at night, you're feeling for that light switch, looking maybe to turn the lamp on in the dark. You keep kicking the couch. Right now he's kicking the corner of the couch and the coffee table a lot, and the light's not on. 2-0. Alex, 281, 9 home runs, 48 batted in. 3 home runs in his last 4 games here at Chase, and he homered last night. For A-Rod, 592 home runs in his big league career.
I just wonder what Miguel Montero can tell him that probably hasn't been told to him thousands of times. Well, maybe when it's from a different voice, it might make a difference. Let's see.
That one is low. Had a couple of tough seasons in Detroit. In 2+ years, only able to make 22 starts. Nowhere close.
He just threw that ball behind A-Rod.
And we have seen that a couple of times with Dontrelle Willis. On another occasion, Diamondbacks able to catch a ball that was thrown behind an opposing hitter. Not this time.
Tough one to lay off there. Now all of a sudden Dontrelle is looking at his finger like he may have cracked that fingernail again or something.
The work has been extensive with Mel Stottlemyre Jr., and I'm sure the same could be said in Detroit. The work was extensive. When I grow up, I want to be a D-backs player or A-Rod's agent.
and you are going to be a wealthy young lady. Five, 10% of that is a bundle.
At the plate, second baseman number 24, Robinson Cano.
Robinson Cano. What a year he is having. 363, 14 homers, 50 batted in. Inside, ball one. Since taking over at second base, getting a chance to play in 2005 in the big leagues, no second baseman has more hits, as that breaking ball is high. The Amica Insurance hit zone, 101 hits. Wow, game number 71, 101 hits. Lesson learned for all of you pitchers: if you're going to face Robinson Cano, stay out of belt high.
Yeah, that's really any hitter. And, well, Dontrell's not throwing it belt high.
He'd like to actually find belt high right now. It's been again tough to watch for the left-hander.
It's difficult to watch. And all of a sudden, the phone's going to have to start ringing out in the first inning.
3-1 the count to Cano.
Lane Boyer's going to be the chosen one out there.
Three and two. Cano taking all the way. So to reach 100 hits in 70 games fast, I mean, you are rolling, and that's what Cano able to do. In 99, Derek Jeter reached 100 in his 69th game. And those are the two fastest in the last 75 seasons for the New York Yankees.
Cano kind of going into a four-corner offense here, trying to keep Willis from finding that rhythm.
Struck him out. Runner going to third. Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable. The New York Yankees just did an incredible job of keeping Dontrell Willis in this baseball game.
Willis will try to find it in the next inning. Meantime, the defending world champs, as Gracie said so eloquently, wrapped up a beautiful gift for Dontrell. Two outs on the bases for a pitcher that really was having a hard time from the pier throwing the ball into the lake. The Home Depot doing more on defense. Two gifts, and this is the final one.
I mean, there's the give Dontrell credit coming back from 3-0 to strike out Cano.
Agreed.
But that's the only out really in that entire inning that he got. A pickoff of Nick Swisher, and then a caught stealing on a 3-2 pitch. That's wow. I didn't think I'd see a New York Yankee team do that. By doing that, they probably just turned a possible 5 or 6 run inning into one.
We've seen it a couple
and
of times.
And a big momentum swing, I would imagine, for Dontrelle Willis.
Absolutely a huge momentum swing.
He's loving life right now.
It was that early start. As that one sails up and away, 1-0 the count. Two and 0 the count. Right-hander Javier Carlos Vasquez. He'll be 34 in 2 days out of Puerto Rico. Began his career as a member of the Montreal Expos as he misses in. 3-0 the count to the patient Kelly Johnson. The numbers for Vasquez this year, piecing things back together as we told you in June, having a big month, struggled out of the gates. Ball 4.
What's going on here tonight? What have you done to these guys, Darren? I know you must have done something.
Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Kelly Johnson, Stephen Drew, Justin Upton, Montero, Young, LaRoche, Reynolds, Gerardo Parra having a great month of June, and Dontrelle Willis, who can hit. There are just times you find yourself concerned that he'll be around for that first at bat, but he got some help there from the New York Yankees because he can hit. Really playing Drew to pull and in. That one in the dirt. Unable to move up there is Kelly Johnson. As that one almost to the on-deck circle for the New York Yankees. Must have lost sight of it.
This is a very strange beginning of a baseball game.
Both sides.
Base running mistakes for outs, base running mistakes for not running. And you just don't realize just how important base running can be until you've watched this half an inning or inning and some change. You just don't realize how important base running is. Over aggressive, under aggressive.
A-Rod way in at third. Both managers already shaking their head in disgust as that one sails up and away. 2-0 the count. We saw Girardi pulling aside Nick Swisher, wondering what his thought process was as he was picked off when he was caught in a rundown. A.J. Hinch already frustrated with Kelly Johnson. And needs roll A's from a pitcher that's having a hard time finding the strike zone. 2-1 the count. Both these teams looking for that big giant reset button. Both.
I think you're exactly right. Like just a mulligan.
Yes. And the full moon is not coming till Sunday. So
you've checked that, huh?
Oh, I study the moon, absolutely. Astronomy. 3-1 the count.
Well, the moon has created a weird tide here tonight. That's for sure. A red tide, if you will.
Red skies at night. Three and 1 the count. Still playing dramatically to pull. And he pulls it, and it's a base hit right field. So Johnson with a walk. Drew with a single. And Steven, good to see his first hit in the series. He is 1 for 9.
3-1 fastball, just hooks it past a sprawling Robinson Cano. Now the D-backs in the bottom of the first cooking up a brew.
Well, and the way things have been going, they will just do their best with both sets of base runners to stay out of that triple play.
Go in hard and break it up.
Pitches in the dirt, 1-0 the count. Cervelli coming out to chat. Catcher's already making frequent visits to the mound.
Wind sprints.
Let's take a look at the Yankees defensively. Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher outfield. Infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, Teixeira. Venezuelan Francisco Cervelli is behind the plate. So we mentioned, yeah, already.
There you go. We've had a few of those tonight. Car delays.
The 1-0. Outside. 2-0 the count to Justin Upton. Now, just as Stephen Drew is 1 for 9 in this series, you can see the struggles. Upton 5 for 7 in this series. Hit by a pitch, walked, 2 homers. Both these pitchers trying to find themselves. Vasquez on 2-0. 2-1 the count. Javier pitched against Arizona last year. He was a Brave back then, went 6 1/3, 1 earned run, picked up a no decision and eventual win for Arizona. 3-2. But he pitched very well. Broke his bat into right center field, hanging up there. The base runners, Bo Porter stops him, running right through the stop sign is Johnson. What in the world is going on in Chase, folks?
Oh my goodness, what is going on out here?
Both these teams lost on the base paths. Both teams. Bo Porter waved aggressively, but clearly put the stop sign up in plenty of time. Johnson right through it.
Well, you either go or you don't. And Kelly Johnson, I would imagine if he kept going, he might have made it. But that's a tough place to stop, is about 20 feet from home. Tough to describe what's going on in this inning, Darren, on the base paths.
In both the top and the bottom of the first.
Yeah.
So runners for the Diamondbacks. The good news, a very hot hitter. Runners on second and third. They'll try to cash in.
So there is good news.
Well, with this man hitting, it's always good news. Slow breaking ball at strike one, 0-1 the count.
But what you've also created is a big sigh of relief for the starting pitcher, Javier Vasquez.
As the Yankees did for Dontrell.
That's exactly right.
The 0-1. 1-1 the count. Tried to pound that one in. Miguel, 19 for 46 on the season, hitting .413. We'll split it up for you. We showed you before the injury, hitting .500 since coming back. Very similar. And it's been a good year of hitting, simply put. Big swing, fouls it off. Let me take you back to last summer, late June. So you put together, minus the injury for Miguel, you put together almost a year's worth of games. He is hitting .338 since last June 27th. .338. Only Robinson Cano in the game has a higher batting average.
That's impressive. Very impressive. Let's see what he can do with 2 strikes here.
2-2 the count.
Javier Vasquez missed his spot there by about 6 feet. Cervelli, the catcher, as we get another meeting on the mound, was sitting inside. He threw what was almost a pitch out.
Vasquez, as we were mentioning, as AJ, Joe Girardi, are seeking answers and not finding them. Get it down, says Cervelli. I want it low, and he got it just off the plate. 3-2 the count.
He wanted it, but it was outside. Not by a lot. And it wasn't by a lot at all.
Full count, 1 out.
Well,
10 runs batted in those 19 hits for Miggy. They haven't played perfectly now. They closed that gap. They didn't do that the other night. Curveball, what it take. You know you're hot when you take that pitch.
Yeah, but also, Javi Vasquez has got to understand, he's not upset about that pitch. He's upset about the 2-2 pitch. But when you're all over the place, like he and Dontrell are, you're not going to get that ball.
Agreed.
You're not going to get that borderline pitch. And I don't care. Javi has been a terrific pitcher his whole career. But even terrific pitchers have nights where they're not throwing strikes. So you cannot expect home plate umpire James Hoy to give you a pitch that might be a borderline pitch when you're all over the place.
That's a good, firm visit from Mike Harkey. Big fella stood over him. Clearly had some things to say. I would imagine part of it is what you're saying. And number two, you got to flush it now.
It's been a while since you said that, that flush it thing.
Bases full of Diamondbacks for Chris Young. 12 home runs, 49 batted in, just 1 for 8 in the series. Pops it up. Should reach the seats. Let's watch though. Cervelli about 2 rows back.
Well, that was a grand slam pitch right there. He got the pitch he was looking for, a fastball right down Broadway. But he fouled it back. I mean, that is a grand slam pitch, belt high. He was fortunate it got to the seats. But you're probably not going to get another one like that in this at bat.
Wow, this season 6 for 9 with the bases loaded.
Awesome.
That's how you stack up that RBI total. Bottom of the first inning. 1 out, bases loaded. 0-2 the count. Every time a Diamondback hits a home run this season, Fulton Homes donates $150. The Arizona Mountain Rescue Association, a partnership with Fulton Homes. We appreciate that.
Remember that first pitch that he fouled back? That was the pitch to hit. That nasty breaking ball that he swung at. Now you're battling.
Infield, outfield straight as the 0-2 is off the plate. 1-2 the count. Vasquez with a fastball, throws it about half the time. He mixes a slider, curve, and changeup just about equally. Guys were watching video of Vasquez before the game today. Curveball, much slower than the slider. Young goes down on strikes. He will be remembering, as you said, the pitch to start the at-bat off.
And then chase 2 pitches way out of the zone after that.
Adam LaRoche has faced Vasquez 16 times in his career. Just 2 for 16. LaRoche with a huge early 3-run homer in game 1 of this series. Part of jumping the Diamondbacks out front and finding their confidence right away against New York. 1-0 the count. It's his only hit in the series, but it was a big one. Javier's given up 13 home runs. 5 of them have come with runners on. Breaking ball, solid take, 2-0. It's going to be a tempting pitch for a left-handed hitter.
Well, now it's 2-0. I would imagine he has to throw a fastball, and he's going to try to throw it for a strike. Now Adam LaRoche can do some serious damage here with the bases loaded in the 2-0 count. Look for one pitch in one spot at one speed. Anything else, let it pass.
Infield plays to pull. The pitch, a strike. Just a tick below the knees, 2-1 to count. The throw, as you can see, a 4-seam fastball, the straight one. And that one a 2-seam fastball with a lot of late life to it. The 2-1. Flutters over the outside, a changeup. 2-2 the count. The bases remain loaded. Vasquez with a 2-2. Change up again, not interested. The other one up and away was called a strike. That one in the dirt. Johnson walked. Drew singled. Upton singled. Montero walked. Johnson was gunned down, heading towards the plate, stopping, caught in a rundown. Young struck out. 4 base runners in this inning for the Diamondbacks. Tired of waiting, he steps out.
This inning has gone over a half hour long.
Runners will be off to the races. Here they go. Here it comes. Shot, base hit, right field. Porter says, come on down. The throw will go to third. And Miguel Montero is out. The run did score, but more choices on the base pads that turn out costly. At least the Diamondbacks capitalize. LaRoche drives in a pair. Decisions together in the first inning, but this is the final one. There were 2 by the Yankees and 2 by the Diamondbacks. Gracie, the final one here.
The final one here, Montero running on the pitch. It's lined. And if you can't make it to third, just stay at second base and give an opportunity for Mark Reynolds. He was thrown out by 30 feet right there, which should tell you if you're going to be out by that far, especially at third base, making the last out at third, just stay at second base and let your leading home run hitter hit. Mark Reynolds, who has 17 home runs this year. What'd you do to these guys today?
Well, it's both squads, so I can't take responsibility for 2 squads.
That's what I'm saying. Both teams.
2-1 is the score. An inning that took more than a half hour to play. As Cervelli bunts that one Montero hops from behind the plate. That's a fine play by Miguel Montero. He shot a rocket to Adam LaRoche.
And now we got catchers trying to bunt their way on.
Cervelli, who, by the way, is hitting 290.
Can you just bring Gonzo up here and do the game with him?
Oh, no.
Please.
That'll be Tampa.
Oh, okay.
I have him in Tampa.
I know how badly you've been wanting him to get up here. Gonzo?
He's coming up. I think he actually heard you, as funny as that sounds.
I want to go down in his seat. I got to see this up close and personal, what's going on tonight.
2-1 the score. Here's Curtis Granderson. Breaking ball misses outside. I think just some bad biorhythms around the ballpark.
Yeah, that's what it is.
1-1 the count.
Saturn's moons aren't lined up correctly.
Shakes a couple of times. A big fella rocks and fires, and he is a big fella as he misses low. 2-1 the count. Dontrell also faced the Yankees in a regular season game as a member of the Florida Marlins. Grabs the outside. 2-2 the count. He pitched in Yankee Stadium. He went 8 innings, gave up 2 runs, lost 2-1 to Mike Mussina. Breaking ball, it's grounded foul. And already you can see, and it may leave him instantaneously, you're never sure, but you can see the confidence and a little more bounce in his step because he had some assistance from the Yankees getting out of that inning.
He had a lot of assistance.
The Yankees bullpen starting to move around down there. In on the hands, fly ball center field. Young is there to make the play for the out. So Granderson is erased. 3 in a row, sat down by Dontrell. He's throwing strikes. The dangerous Brett Gardner. He was 4 for 4, scored 2 runs on Monday. He was 0 for 3 with a walk yesterday. Pitches up and away. 1-0 the count. One and one the count to Gardner. They've got a great number to talk about some of Gardner's successes in the Yankees notes. He has 42 two-strike hits this year.
That's awesome. That's an awesome stat.
All right, we'll put it to the test. 1-2 the count.
That means he's battling. He's up there trying to put it in play.
42 of his 72 hits have come with 2 strikes. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2 the count. He is not a bomber, and he's not from the Bronx. He's from the College of Charleston.
But he's a Bronx bomber.
And he is from Holly Hill, South Carolina. A high breaking ball, strike 3. Dontrell Willis back on track, if only for an inning. 2-1 the score. the New York Yankees. Anytime the Diamondbacks score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell gives away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the next day at participating locations. And 1 the count to Mark Reynolds as that one grabs the outside corner. One and 1 the count. Mark 1 for 6 in career at bats against Vasquez. 4 strikeouts. 17 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Young with 49. Those 2 are the tops for the Diamondbacks. I don't know if it's possible to hit a higher foul ball. I guess it would have to hit the roof. You can't hit it much higher.
I think it burned on re-entry.
My goodness. Maybe that busted out there up above the stratosphere and kind of shook things up to get things aligned. That one would have just blown right through the roof at Tropicana Field, by the way.
I think you're exactly right. That's where we're headed.
Yes, we are. The 3rd ring up there. Vasquez with a 1-2. Reynolds, it's a foul ball. Again, the ties with Vasquez and old names, new names, very interesting. They went and got him from the Yankees with Brad Halsey. We're in the Randy Johnson deal. Now, we know Johnson ended up back later in the Valley. And after 1 season's time, he was then traded to the White Sox. Chris Young is the key name that ended up coming back. Once again goes up towards that roof. And again, a Brave fan will stand under it. Hope to get a souvenir. I tell you, that's courage.
And the coolest thing about it is the smallest kid in the ballpark got the ball.
Like it. There he is.
Yeah.
Got himself a souvenir and a memory. Someone else has sore hands.
That's exactly right. He just got the carom.
The smallest and the smartest kid in the ballpark. The 1-2.
Got a tough breaking ball there from Vasquez, but he was able to, well, right off the end of the bat. There goes the shrapnel. He'll get a new bat, but he's still alive.
Vasquez in April and May was 3-5 with an ERA of nearly 7. Here in June, he's 3-1. His ERA is just over 2. He's in the top 10 in the month of June in ERA in the game. Breaking ball is away. Mark lays off. Haven't seen Mark quite as much this year use the entire ballpark like we have seen in the past.
Boy. And that's probably a reason, Darren, what you just mentioned is probably why he's hanging around 218. The home runs are still there. He's hitting them to center and to left. As you hear Joe Girardi screaming both ways. In other words, if it's a strike for their guy, it needs to be a strike for our guy.
Right off the end of the bat, went back to the curveball. To the bag goes Mark Teixeira, and in time for the out. Baseball's biggest stars go head-to-head on one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event, as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2010 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 13th, live from Anaheim, Orange County, California, at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific, only on Fox. I just feel like a better announcer with this music playing, so we will play it the rest of the game now, folks. As that one is high, 1-0 the count.
And you look great to that music as well.
It's amazing that that occurs.
That's like high definition music.
make the play for the out. Parra, by the way, rolling as it heats up. His last 13 games hitting .361. 6 extra base hits. Speaking of extra base hits, this gentleman's 1 for 2 this year, but in his career he has 8 home runs. And when he struggles early in the game, we pull for him to hang around to hit.
We like watching him hit because he can hit.
Hits it hard.
Put right at Cano. 1, 2, 3. Goes Javi Vasquez. And here's your music, Darren.
So Don Trell will return back to the mound.
God,
continue to find the strike zone. It's a mystery on the base paths tonight.
At Chase Field, and we are going into the 3rd inning, but in the 1st inning, it was full of base running blunders. Nick Swisher gets picked off, and then a strike him out, throw him out to end the inning. Thank you very much, Yankees. Now, Kelly Johnson, well, that's under-aggressive. The Yankees were over-aggressive. That's under-aggressive. Now, okay, now we're going to be, well, we're going to be aggressive. Now, now we're going to, there's an out on the base pass. Now, Montero gets thrown out at 3rd to end the inning. 4 outs in the 1st inning came on base running blunders. And that's allowed, at least for an inning, these 2 starting pitchers to settle in, have 1, 2, 3 innings. So what could have easily been a 7-6 1st inning ends up being 2-1. And now both pitchers throwing strikes so far.
Jack in the Box inviting you to think outside of the box. Great job in the back of the truck. Derek Peacock putting all of that one together. Remembering to grab the wild pitch in which there was no advance.
Derek Peacock, great job. We call him the D-Train.
We certainly do. 1-1 the count to Javier Vasquez. 0 for 1 this year with a couple of sack bunts in his interleague action. Vasquez, look at Miguel telling him to get across his body.
And then Miguel threw it back at him as hard as he possibly could. Like, let's go. This is the pitcher.
I love that. 2-2 the count. 104 career hits for Vasquez. 1 home run in that time. It was as a Diamondback in 05 in this ballpark against the Dodgers. Juaner Sanchez. As he chops that one, hugging the line, and it's a foul ball. A run on 1 hit and no errors for the Yankees. 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. Arizona will hop aboard a bird tomorrow and travel all the way to Tampa and on across the bridge to St. Pete to take on the Tampa Bay Rays in a 3-game set. The New York Yankees with an interesting weekend coming up as they hop on their plane tonight and head to Los Angeles to take on the Dodgers. Yankees-Dodgers, always an interesting series as that one is high.
Full count now, and the opposing pitcher, Javier Vasquez.
Outside ball 4 as he walked the pitcher. So we want to invite you on our trip with us. Certainly all the games on Fox Sports Arizona, including a midday game from St. Louis on Wednesday. Carl Crawford and his leader Joe Madden with Tampa Bay. Albert Pujols and his leader Tony La Russa in St. Louis. It's going to be a great trip. Come along with us, won't you? We'll look forward to sharing it with you. Derek Jeter. Jeter walked and scored back in the first inning. As he takes a strike, 0-1 the count. He's pitched away a lot, and if it's in, it's right at that belt buckle. Slider, and the count is 0-2. Dontrell in his 162 starts as a Florida Marlin walked 3 per 9 innings. In his 2+ years in Detroit, walked 8.2 per 9 innings. The 0-2. Jeter puts it on the ground. Reynolds charges. Goes out front to get the lead runner there, the pitcher.
It's a really nice play there by Mark Reynolds. Didn't panic. Knew he had the pitcher running, even though Javier Vasquez is a pretty athletic pitcher. Knew he had time to make the play and get the lead runner, keep the double play in order. He had a long way to go. And threw a strike to Kelly Johnson, just ahead of Javier Vasquez. That's a nice play.
You slow it down like that with the Expo, he got him by plenty of time. So now Nick Swisher. Nick singled in a run back in the first inning. Jeter had walked, moved to second on a wild pitch, and Swisher drove him in. But then, with the count full and Willis really trying to find the strike zone, he took off early, ended up getting knocked down, pick off, caught stealing. One of those 4 or 5 plays we showed you between these two clubs.
He was just going to stay out of the double play and ended up getting picked off. Camera caught Joe Girardi having a conversation with Nick Swisher about that.
Dontrell, a ground ball pitcher this year more than any year in his career when he does get it in the zone and there's contact made. Rolled up 10 double plays this season as that fastball just off the plate. He wanted that one.
James Hoy's had a pretty small zone for both pitchers.
Well, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. I blame the pitchers. Start establishing a strike zone. Let him find the zone.
I'm not blaming James Hoy. His zone's been consistent. It's been consistently small.
I think you said it very accurately. You're not going to get corners. You're not going to get close calls. That one was pretty good a moment ago. If you had his eyes and head bouncing everywhere, there's a strike. 3-1 the count.
And you kind of feel for James Hoy out there. He had, especially in the first inning, 2 guys all over the place.
Absolutely.
And then wanting calls. And then when you do make a call, Swisher chased what would have been ball 4. And then when you do make a call, now the hitter says something to you. So it's just a thankless job, an umpire.
And you can't say, I would imagine, as an umpire, what you would want to say when either one of them complains, especially a pitcher. How about you just throw it here?
Yeah.
And I'll help you out.
Yeah.
Can't help you out. It's to the backstop. Will the runner go again? No. And the pitch is in. It's ball 4.
2 more walks this inning. Folks, July 2nd through the 4th is All-American Weekend at Chase Field, presented by Arizona Milk Producers. Enjoy the D-backs Dodgers series, including a huge post-game fireworks spectacular on Saturday, July 3rd, courtesy of Gila River Casinos. The best part? You can sit in an air-conditioned Chase Field until the game ends. Then, stay in your seat as the roof opens for the best fireworks show in the valley. Call 602-462-4794 or visit dbacks.com.
Good stuff. Very good stuff. Look at our friends with Cactus Corn on the move in the stands.
It's the best popcorn in the country, folks. Never had popcorn in any other countries, but it's the best here. Another 2-0 count here for Willis, whose struggles here continue in the third.
Teixeira, in the last couple of weeks, we mentioned how he is heating up. The other key time he has heated up, he is 5 for his last 10 with runners in scoring position. That one bounces in there. 3-0 the count. As these two teams get together, 9 years later, the same two teams have met up, and you may say because you played in it, I watched it as a fan, one of the greatest World Series ever. One of the guys that gets overlooked as one of the big heroes that year, Tony Womack. We're looking to have him join us here in the next inning or two on the telephone. So Tony will join us. Ball 4. You like to say it's simple, and it's a great way to put it. When you struggle like this, you're asking for it.
You see, most Alomar, he's just fed up. What can you tell him that you didn't tell him in the first inning? What can you tell him that he, like I said, that he hadn't heard probably 1,000 times in Detroit? He's probably just trying to get him to get out of that bad rhythm he's in. Because right now he's not only missing, he's missing badly.
And no one is up in the bullpen. Boyer was throwing earlier. It won't take him very long.
I don't think he's going to get bailed out by base running mistakes in this inning either. I think he's going to have to retire the Yankees on his own.
The base is loaded for Alex Rodriguez. 20 grand slams in his career. Garrick 23. Ramirez Manny with 21. Number 3 in the history of the game is this man. This year, 5 for 10 with 16 RBIs with the bases loaded. Outside, 2-0 the count. Time was called there by Montero. 62 pitches thrown by the veteran left-hander. Only 25 of them have been strikes. Helped him out, 2-1.
Even surefire Hall of Famers can't help themselves. They get bored. I mean, that pitch wasn't even close, and A-Rod swung at it.
That's what some of the folks, former teammates in Detroit, were saying, that at times hitters just find themselves overly aggressive. Pops it up,
and he ended up getting a good fastball there. And he wasn't ready for it. That was actually a strike.
2-2 the count, 1 out. More than 40,000 on hand again tonight. Willis faces the Yankees now for the 5th time in his major league career. 3 of them as a reliever in the 2003 World Series. A series won by the Marlins, Dontrell and his teammates. The 2-2. Outside, 3-2. The 13th bases-loaded walk issued this season by Diamondbacks pitchers. The highest total in Major League Baseball. And we're tied at 2. Stoudemire shaking his head when speaking with Hinch, saying, as you said, Gracie, in a simple, these guys have been working together for a long, long time, and AJ now saying, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, that's it. He's thinking, I just can't allow him to do this again here tonight. And hopefully, if he gets another shot in 5 days, on the road, he'll find it. But that was a tough one for Dontrell.
Can't help but pull for him, but you'll wonder if he will get another shot. 2-2. The energy, the passion, the heart, the effort, all the things that go along with the person that is Dontrell Willis. You can't get enough of him. And he has been a big help to this squad with the way he goes about his business the 4 days outside of every fifth. But this fifth day, you feel for the guy because not the person but the pitcher, he struggled mightily tonight.
Yeah, and he's a good man, and he wants so badly to do well, and he's sitting there working right now with Mel Stoudemire. And he's disgusted with what just happened. 7 walks and 2 1/3.
Gracie, he knows what greatness is. He's been there.
He's been there, absolutely. And Blaine Boyer's going to have to use some of his greatness here to get out of this extreme pickle in a 2-2 ball game.
1-0 the count. Robinson Cano. Yankees have just 1 hit. And if you're AJ, you make this move here because you feel like, man, I got a chance to hang around in this ball game. I've got to do something. Helped him out off speed. 1-1 the count. Good pitch. Is that a slider?
No, that was a change up. Split, whatever that is that Blaine Boyer's
That was
on.
nasty. Talking about Cano in comparison with Montero, the two side by side. They're the 2 best hitters over the last calendar year. Bouncing ball could be 2. There's 1 on the backhand. On to first. Double play. He came in, he did find that greatness, and he got himself a huge ground ball out.
Two on, one out, and Womack into right field, a hit. Here comes Cummings. It's tied. Going to third is Bell. Tony Womack delivers. It's 2-2.
And whenever these two teams get together, especially in this ballpark, memories are flowing for so many Diamondbacks fans. It's part of my education, and I'm always loved being brought along, Gracie, by you. Gonzo sat here last night and helped us remember of that fabulous 2001 World Series. I'm going to introduce our guest, then just step aside and learn from you guys as you talk. Joining us right now from Charlotte on the telephone, Tony Womack. Tony, thanks for staying up late with us. We really appreciate it.
Yes, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Tony. I tell you, to hear Mark Grace talk so glowingly about you, now here's your chance to reciprocate right back at him.
Oh, that dude saved me a lot of airs and made me a lot of money. Yeah, he's my favorite D-back of all time.
Kelly Johnson drives that one to center.
Well, my nickname for Tony Womack was FD because I called him my favorite Diamondback, and he was, he's a guy in that magical season. And Tony, I'm going to talk to you like I would when we were teammates. And everybody talks about Luis Gonzalez's game-winning hit or my hit to start the ninth inning of Game 7, but Tony Womack got more big hits in 2001, including the Cardinal Series, including Game 7 of the World Series, but just all year long, Tony Womack got more big hits than anybody, including Luis Gonzalez in 2001. And how are you, kid?
How you doing, brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing great. I'm watching a really interesting baseball game here tonight. I figure it must be late there. You'd be on the golf course.
Well, it's late. It's dark. I'm not on the golf course. So it's dark here. I can't see my ball.
Tony, that club, Gracie and Gonzo shared the story about in spring training how your manager, your skipper, Bob Brentley, made it clear we expect to go to the very top of the mountain. Anything else is failure for us this season. Remember spring training all the way through the season, how you guys expected to be champions every day you played.
Yeah, well, when you have a bunch of veterans and good guys like Gonzo and Gracie and Matty and Jay, those guys, for Jay and Matty, of course, they've been playing for a while. For us young guys coming in, man, we just wanted to fit in and send those guys out with a bang. And lucky for me, I got to play with, Mr. Chicago himself, and, it became a pleasure for me.
And you were willing, too. You had such selflessness, and you were willing to change positions quite a bit, second base, right field, shortstop. That was a big part of it, too, Tony.
Yeah, well, for me, I just wanted to play. I knew I could play, and I just wanted to play and have fun. And, whatever it calls for, it calls for, and I was willing to do it, and I think we all did it.
Tony, can you hang with us for just another half inning?
You got it.
A quick inning. Tony Womack joining us from Charlotte. Boy, what a thrill that is. 2-2 the score.
You still there?
All night when the World Championship was reeled in by the 2001 Arizona Diamondbacks. I work with a world champ every night, Mark Grace. Joining us on the telephone, Tony Womack from Charlotte, staying up late with us. You guys talked the entire commercial break, Grace. So you guys were talking about all kinds of baseball. I'm gonna force you into that 2001 box. Tony, when you look back at the squad and you talk about your selflessness, your veteran leadership, how important was it for that team, and again, as an outsider looking in, to have two of the greatest pitchers, especially one of the greatest postseason pitchers together, where you give them the ball in Schilling and Johnson? For you, for your perspective.
Well, for me, it made Brian Anderson, it made Miguel Batista, it made Albie Lopez, it made those guys just go out and pitch with no worries. That's what Kurt and Randy did. They just made those guys feel at home, man, and all they had to do was just go and not do what Kurt and Randy do, but just be themselves and just go out and have fun. So I think Randy and Kurt made those other guys feel at home.
Like you always say, Darren Sutton, like every good race needs a pace car, and that's what Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling were. They were the pace cars for our nightly race, and like he said, he made those other guys better. Miguel Batista was a fantastic pitcher in 01 for the Diamondbacks. He won a lot of huge games. Everybody gives the credit to Johnson and Schilling. Miguel Batista went through one of the best games in the World Series ever. He was fabulous. He got a no decision, but he was fabulous that night, wasn't he, Tony?
Yeah, and that was the thing, though. You know, everybody expected Kurt and Randy to do what they do, but Miguel and Brian and all the other guys, they stepped up too, man. And it's just like, unfortunately for BK, but Young, he was the one that had to, get all the criticism a little bit, but he pitched well too. Just one pitch here or there, he could have been the MVP himself.
You know, it was interesting, Tony. Mariano Rivera, in a great interview that he did with our broadcast team, with Joe Borowski, you remember him, and Todd Walsh, said the New York Yankees, in our perspective, nearly stole a World Series from the Diamondbacks. A quote just here about 2 hours ago. He said they beat us in every way, shape, and form in the World Series. But that's true, isn't it, Tony? They nearly did steal it from you guys, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I was a big believer in we did everything right in New York, and because of 9/11, it's just a way of the world being picked up by the game of baseball. We as the Diamondbacks did everything right, and because of what happened in 9/11, New York needed to be picked up, and so did the country. So it was just meant for us to go 7 games, and each team took care of home.
Yeah, I've told people, and to this day, it's been 9 years, Tony, and those losses in New York, even though we ended up winning the World Series, those losses in New York, I don't think I'm over them yet.
No, I'm still not, man, because right now we beat them 4 straight. We beat those dudes 4 straight, and for me, like I said, if it wasn't for the karma and all the adrenaline that was going on, shoot, we could have won. We could have had a big party in New York.
I think I would have thrown it.
Well, I would have been there.
But even though, Darren, we got beat those 3 games and we were coming back for Game 6 and Game 7, there was zero panic on the airplane. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. There was no panic on that flight back from Arizona, was there?
No, man, everybody did what they normally do. They sat in their seats, they did what they did, and, everybody's pretty much just thinking, end it, pet it. Just go ahead and beat him down on Game 6. That's what we were, having fun, enjoying their families, having their wives and girlfriends on the plane, and just getting ready for Game 6. You know what? I mean, not one person sit there and thought about losing that World Series.
And it was also nice that we also had Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling lined up for Game 6 and Game 7.
Hey, good pitching takes care of good hitting any day of the week. And when you got 2 racehorses going like that, you just don't care which one takes the lead. You just want them both to finish at the same time.
Tony Womack joining us, one of the key members of the 2001 World Series and world champion Arizona Diamondbacks. Tony, we've had Gonzo's perspective of the 9th inning. We've had Gracie's. Give us your perspective and memories of the 9th inning.
Well, just like it was yesterday, all we wanted to do, everybody came in, and pretty much the way everybody was handling themselves, we knew that we were going to win. We had it. It was just like, all we got to do is just get Mario to start blinking, and if he starts to blink on the mound, we got him. And Gracie gets ahead, and then here comes the throwing away bunt, and for the first time, you actually see him grip that ball a little harder. That cutter wasn't cutting as much, and every good athlete has a moment. You just got to get him in that stage, and that's the first time Mariano's ever been in that stage. And for us, and for me, dude, it was there for the taking. And the big thing about the 9th inning is that not one person was on the seat. Those white hankies and T-shirts are just going, man. It was fun.
What a great perspective. Tony Womack joining us here with 2 outs, runner on third. Score is tied at 2.
For you, Tony, what was a bigger hit, the one against St. Louis or the one against New York in Game 7?
Actually, Gracie, because I lost my father that year, all of them.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Both. I don't think there was, even during the regular season, I don't think there was one hit or one play that, the Grand Slam for Father's Day, I mean, that's right up there. So for me, that one, I think all my hits were good because of my father. But if I had to choose, Gracie, I think the one against the Cardinals because of the fact of how it played out. A miss suicide squeeze to, another slider's coming and you actually hit it in the right spot, kind of a little further out than Gonzo's ball.
and another thing I'll tell you, even though as we're watching it on the replay, if you don't get that hit against the Cardinals, there ain't no hit in Game 7.
We go home.
So
the Yankees got
that's exactly right.
28 now.
That's exactly right. So I was about to say, if you said the one in Game 7 of the World Series, I would have probably said the bigger hit for all of us that year was your hit against the St. Louis Cardinals in Game 5.
Yeah, I agree. The one that got us over to the edge when we beat the Braves 3-1, and then the rest is history.
And coming after that failed squeeze, it was even sweeter, wasn't it?
Yeah, because, for me, it was more like, Steve Klein, all he throws are sliders to lefties. When I saw it, I'm just like, okay, maybe I'm not seeing when I see, but I saw it. And I knew slider was coming, but there's nothing I can do. So after that, once again, you don't panic. You sit there and you're going to get another one. Just put good wood on it and hope for the best.
Tony Womack joining us from Charlotte here for the next couple of minutes. He stayed up now till just about 11 o'clock as he looks at his clock. Couple of runners on for the New York Yankees. 2-2 is our score. A little topper. Charging. Drew. Firing. Gracie, I'm going to let you say your goodbyes to Tony during the commercial break. Tony, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it, my friend.
You got it.
As always, Gracie, I love you, pal.
Gracie, always good to hear from you, brother.
Take care, my friend.
All right.
Brought to you by Schumacher European, your Mercedes-Benz Supercenter, Scottsdale Road, Loop 101, or drivethebest.com. AAA, 1-800-INSURANCE to save money now. AAA, there when you need us most. The Karate Kid, starring Jaden Smith and Jackie Chan, now in theaters. Glad to have you back with us at Chase Field. You know how I go about my business up here, Gracie, certainly. Was a fan, was a long, long ways away when all of that magic occurred. This has been certainly my treat, because I know on a nightly basis you don't reflect on 2001, but to have you and Gonzo and now Tony Womack together, good stuff, my friend. Thanks for sharing it with us.
He's one of my favorite people in the world, Tony Womack, and like I said, that guy, and deservedly so. Gonzo was the MVP of that team. He did all he had a season like I've never seen. I played with Sammy, I played with Rhino, I played with Andre Dawson. I never saw a season like that in a championship season. And so Gonzo, deservedly so, was the MVP of that team. But, boy, not a chance of having the success we had without one Tony Womack. Not even close to a chance.
I got to wonder how many of the RBIs that all you guys had were scored by that man.
That's a great point. He got us a lot of fastballs to hit.
I was going to say, or distracting pitchers to where they made mistakes to you. So that was wonderful. Tony Womack joined us from Charlotte. And all the hard work on our production crew gathering that together. We appreciate that. And the truck, nice job. Fred Dominigonio doing our audio. As that one is slapped the other way, off the glove of Alex Rodriguez. Using the whole diamond, going the other way, Miguel Montero. We've gotten used to it, haven't we?
I say it quite often when describing Miguel Montero, and that boy can hit. Takes a fastball that's in and nearly decapitates A-Rod with a one-hop bullet to the left side. Diamondbacks right back in business.
And 1 the count to Chris Young. Two runs, 2 hits, and no errors. 5 left on base for the Yankees. 2 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. 1 stranded for the Diamondbacks.
Just got an email from a friend of the show, Paulette. She said Tony Womack was by far her favorite Diamondback.
Really?
As well, yes.
Well, so many people.
He was a big, and still is a big favorite. No, and Tony Womack, the player, was terrific, but not even close to as good as Tony Womack, the man. Just a great guy to have in the clubhouse. You know, and he was talking 01 was a tough year for him in the fact that he lost his father that year.
Right.
Hit a dramatic grand slam on Father's Day that day, and there wasn't a dry eye in the dugout when he got back there.
That pitch flutters in, 3-1 the count. Games 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the World Series. Womack hit .381.
There you go.
He had 8 hits, and in the 01 World Series, 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Despite, as you talk about, the distraction setting the table. 2-2 our score. Young, fair ball, down the line it goes. Miggy huffing and puffing. Porter will, I would imagine, throw up the stop sign. He does. Chris Young with a double. Runners on second and third with nobody out. Double number 18 this season.
Well, he takes a fastball that comes in on him, misses his spot, and he just rips it just inside the line. Past third base umpire Wally Bell. Gardner plays it nicely out there and left, gets it in before anybody can score, but that's going to set up Adam LaRoche. And I would imagine, Darren, Javi Vasquez is going to probably be semi-careful here with Adam LaRoche. He drove in 2 runs in the first inning with a base hit with the bases loaded before a base running error ended that inning.
One of the things we can say about these two is they've met a lot. And so Vasquez familiar with LaRoche, vice versa. Changeup. Is that the kind of careful you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a changeup, and it was right at the bottom of the kneecaps. He's got a base open. He's got Mark Reynolds on deck. And then Parra. But I just think that, he can afford to mess around here a little bit if he wants to in Javi Vasquez.
Fastball runs up and away again. This club, by the way, with yet another double, they lead the National League in that category. Some hitting clubs at the top, you bet.
Lead the National League in doubles and lead the National League in love.
Just the National League. Because Detroit leads the American League in love. They had a wedding on the diamond when we were there.
And they proved it.
It's 1-1 the count.
There's all that love.
Shot. He got him again. 1 run is in. Come on down. It's just a single, but it's 2 RBIs for the Diamondbacks. They might lead the league in a lot of categories, but right now they lead this ball game by a pair.
Well, they had a place to put it. They had a base open. Vasquez and the Yankees decided to pitch to LaRoche. It's the same pitch he rifled out into right field for a 2-run single in the first inning. Teixeira gives it all he's got, but it's just out of his reach. Scoring easily, Montero and Young. And the Diamondbacks stretch it back out by a couple of runs, 4-2. Interesting that they went after him right there. All 4 driven in now by Adam LaRoche.
You had a set certainly for that matchup and what may occur, but your prediction and your thoughts did not align with what Vasquez did, and he was burned. Reynolds grounded out to first back in the second inning. Again, we mentioned LaRoche had seen him more than anybody else. That one, nice job by Cervelli. But that doesn't mean he had succeeded. LaRoche coming in had those 16 at bats. No one else even close on his team. But he was just 2 for 16 against them.
Well, they'll think twice if this situation comes up in a couple innings.
A.J. Hinch hopes that it does. And so does Adam LaRoche.
Got that right. Gas.
That's a little hole in the swing, isn't it? Right there.
About the belt and up. If Mark chases a fastball belt high or above, it's tough for him to catch up with it. He likes that ball down around the knees, maybe just above the knees, thigh high. Once you get about the catcher's face mask, his eyesight and above it, it's a little too tall for Mark.
Up in the seats it goes. By the way, those are the first 2 runs scored in this series by the Diamondbacks with less than 2 outs.
Well, you're allowed to score them before 2 outs.
They still hurt.
Yeah, but you're allowed.
1-2 the count.
Nice block there by Francisco Cervelli, giving Jorge Posada a well-deserved breather. Boy, he just stoned that would-be wild pitch.
It's interesting to watch other teams attack the guy that we know so well in Mark Reynolds. He's not a hitter that will chase a breaking ball in the dirt.
Not very often.
You're better off going back to where you were. See if they can make a mistake. He can hurt him here. Chased a fastball up.
That's another one of those extremely high foul balls. That one actually created a monsoon outside.
That's 3 of them now. And each time fans decide to step away from a great souvenir opportunity because
it's coming down. Gravity brings it down quickly when they're that high.
It's literally like it's being dropped from the roof. 2-2 the count. That's something to right field here. Again, he's not going to chase that pitch. He might get him on a fastball away at the belt, but not that one. Boston has just taken a lead on Colorado 6-5 in the 8th inning. Yankees fans, I'm sure, watching that ball game. And San Diego beat Tampa Bay 5-4.
It's time to start calling those guys legit.
You bet. Just got a piece of a breaking ball. So interesting to watch a drift hitter like he is. I mean, he's a guy that drifts forward. Fight to keep his hands back on a pitch like that.
Coming forward. The hands are coming forward, but he almost, it's almost like he stops his hands and then he's just so doggone strong. He can get him through as that one's going to stay in the proximity. Mark Reynolds, none too happy with that result. That was that high fastball again, Darren. Just left the bat right there.
There we go.
Rafter ball.
You know you've invested in a big show, and we appreciate all of our bosses over at the mothership. When you have a camera to follow a pop-up. A lot of good cameras to cover this series. It's been a lot of fun.
We appreciate it.
Our AT&T trivia question. After the Yankees with 27, name the 3 teams with the most World Series titles. Gerardo Parra with a runner at first. Bouncing ball out in front of that one. 0-1 the count. We're talking about Parra as it heats up here in the Valley. His last 13 games hitting .361. 6 extra base hits with an on-base plus slug of nearly 1,100. League average .735 in that category. 0-2 the count.
Well, he's living in on the hands right at the belly button of Gerardo Parra. Those fastballs in.
Just got a piece of it into right field. It goes, coming on and making the play. You can't let that happen. He's back in there. Charging Nick Swisher. I think LaRoche dove back into first. Matt Williams, I think, just about dove in there. Look at the grass stains on his knees.
Nice play by Swisher and a good throw just ahead of the relay. Matt Williams, get down, Adam LaRoche. He did. As you said, when the first base coach has got grass stains, you know that's a ball player. I love that. Bring it back. I think Matty had a flashback, don't you?
I do. Boyer, certainly a big part of the story. I mean, it has been an inconsistent season, certainly. Sent down to the minor leagues, nearly released by the Diamondbacks. His last inning plus been key in this ball game.
Yeah, he saved Dontrell's bacon, keeping that as a 1-run inning in the third by coming on and get a double play ball from an MVP candidate in Robinson Cano.
And he's still got work to do. We learn as he hits for himself. I'm told the CEO of the team is stopping by with a big announcement, by the way.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Are we suspended?
We could be. We very well could be. Boyer, high fly ball into right center field. Over to make the play is Granderson. Well, what could be Gracie Knight's final inning in a while is right after this.
I don't want to get suspended.
That happens to me in school all the time.
And of course I was joking when I said we were only going to make it 3 because you can't have one without this legend right here, Mr. Mark Grace.
Wow, so we will have a Racing Gracie after all, so to speak.
Wow. A Racing Gracie. Derek Hall, the CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joins us up here in the broadcast booth. That's the big announcement.
Kidder.
We're not suspended, Dan.
That is a bit.
We did think we were suspended.
You're not suspended, although the pace of this game may get somebody suspended.
You're going to blame us, aren't you?
I love a fast game.
Yeah.
Nothing like getting home before the morning news.
Tell us first of all how you guys came to this. I know you partnered up with Henkel. You're glad to have them with you. Tell us how this was all born.
Well, you know, we started thinking about how we can incorporate mascots and how we could use, in particular, former players, because no team in sports does it. And, you know, then last year we talked about this with you guys. We saw how the Giants came out with their broadcasters who were racing a couple of times. And then, of course, we joked around about the Racing Gracies, but we were well into planning to do something similarly, and it was a no-brainer who the 4 were, though we gave Gracie a little hard time today. No doubt Gracie had to be in that group.
Well, thank you for not doing the Racing Gracies. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of that.
Swisher as he raced on a ground out. The only fun thing we always talked about, Derek, is if you did the Racing Gracies, you could have, you know, the Diamondback Gracie's got a big ring as he runs, you know, World Championship ring. The broadcaster Gracie with the, you know, the microphone and the untucked Diamondback shirt. And then the Cubs Gracie, who would always lose.
Well, yeah, you know, it's in that scenario, though, Grace would win at least once every time.
We don't want
got a problem with that.
No, we don't want that. I agree with you. Derek Hall joining us. Are you proud of, and I know you have fans of both teams, no doubt about it, just of the energy and in the ballpark. And number 2, the way your staff, you sent out a charge to all of us to raise our game, and that's us up here, but everyone, from those that take the tickets. How proud are you of your employees?
I'm extremely proud. And yeah, they're, you know, on my way up here, I actually saw a guy in a Yankee jersey, which was hard to believe. But, you know, there are a lot of Yankee fans here, but it's been good. I mean, this has a feel very much like a playoff game. In fact, I'm hearing from fans that it feels like it did in the World Series in 2001, and it's great. And for us to get out in front like we did in Game 1, really silence that Yankee crowd, and for us to do it again here tonight, I think that helps. But it's good to see a large crowd. I think that our staff has done a wonderful job greeting everyone here, making sure that the lines are flowing smoothly, that the temperature's comfortable here. The experience that we're hearing from fans that are here for the first time, even from New York, is what a great facility you have, how well you treat us, and we can't wait to come back.
And as a guy that did what I did down on the field, it doesn't matter who the crowd's rooting for. Is no player loves doing their thing more in front of a packed house. Give these guys a packed house, and you're seeing they're playing pretty good baseball this series.
Yeah, you guys, you feed off that energy, that's for sure.
Rivera base it into right field. So with the runner on first, we've already actually heard that announcement. The Racing Gracies has turned into the D-backs legends, and amazingly enough, Mark Grace was chosen as the fourth, much to my surprise. I won't say disappointment, but you have another big announcement to make.
We do indeed. It had been our policy for a long time to not retire a uniform number until that player was in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. We thought long and hard about it. We've actually second-guessed ourselves and had a change of heart because we believe in such a short amount of time we've had a very rich history, a great history, and we need to embrace that history and recognize players that have impacted us and that have led to the success that we've had in such a short amount of time. So we have retraced our tracks, so to speak, and we have decided to retire our first uniform of a Diamondback player. As you know, Jackie Robinson, 42, is retired throughout all of baseball, but now we have decided to retire one of our own, and the first number that we will retire will be on August 7th here in the game just prior to the start against the Padres, and that is number 20, Luis Gonzalez.
Wow.
Good. Here. Good for you guys. Good for this organization.
A guy
and well-deserved.
Yeah, well-deserved.
Absolutely.
I mean, he played 8 seasons here. He leads our franchise in almost every offensive category. A fan favorite. No one has worn number 20 since he left, and I don't think anybody wants to wear it. Well, now they won't, because we're going to proudly display number 20 full-time in this ballpark and make sure that it gets the credit that it deserves.
The 1-1 to Rodriguez, and I think more than anything, as you can see, the memories back then. I think what's exciting about it, Derek, and I came along after that final year was my first year. I think it represents a full-blown homecoming all the way back home for Gonzo.
It does. And last year we had our press conference, and of course we had special recognition on the field when we announced his retirement. Actually, he announced it. We did not, but then we did announce that he was going to be in the front office and he was returning to the organization. At that time, it felt like something was missing. Perhaps we should have retired his uniform then, but we wanted to do it in a special manner, not just mix it up with the other 2 messages. We decided we would do a more formal presentation this year, and it just so happens that we're going to do it in the form of a uniform number retirement. I couldn't be more excited for he and his family.
Good. Have you talked to Brandon Webb? Is he okay with giving up his number 17 when you retire?
We haven't started those discussions yet, but I can understand that, Gracie. I mean, you had a great career here too, and you were here for parts of.
Well, you'll talk to him.
Yeah, we'll talk to Webby. We'll talk to Webby about
that. My partner's choking over there.
That's all right. Oh boy. Hey, if we set the precedent that if you're in the Legends race, you're going to get your number retired, that it wasn't the intention.
That number 17's done some pretty good things.
He's done all right. The number 17's done well with both of you, that's for sure.
I'd love to see the other number 17 out here at some point.
I know, just as we've seen the other number 17 pitch, and we didn't want to see that.
Right.
No. Ever again.
3-2 the count with 1 out. That is ball 4 as it misses over the outside corner. A little bit of a more serious note, Derek. When this club struggled a couple of weeks ago and then went back out on the road and struggled on this recent road trip, the evaluation I know is ongoing on the hopes and the development and this club performing at the expectations that you have and that we all have. Where are you guys in that process?
Yeah, it's still ongoing. We're working on it. It's a work in progress, and as I said at the time, there's some things we need to obviously evaluate and change. I mean, we have high expectations, high hopes for this franchise, and each and every year we want to produce a winning product on the field. Our fans deserve it. You all deserve it. Our employees deserve it. This organization deserves it. So we'll get there. We're working on it.
4-2 the score. Derek Hall joining us.
But, to see the team play like they have here in this series, it's been nice. Last night we were on the odd end, obviously, but this has been a good game for us, and it does send a message through that dugout, that this team can compete with those teams that are expected to win.
That one is belted to left field, going back as far. Still going. He makes the play.
This might be a double play.
We're going to have to hurry it to first. That is a double play.
That might be the best play I've seen this year.
Gerardo Parra over his shoulder, hauls it in. The Diamondbacks fans rise out of their seats. Derek, good announcement, my friend.
Thank you. I think we figured out our third
Timing
number
is
to
everything,
retire.
my friend. Nice going. Let's take another look-see. Oh, Gerardo Parra. And then get it in quickly. And Kelly Johnson on the other end. Get excited, young man. I don't blame you.
Our Jazz Roberts air conditioning cool play in Exmo. Parra over the shoulder. And then gets Alex Rodriguez at first with a double play. How about that?
There was a bunch of D-backs fired up. No more than that guy. Wow, what a great play. Incredible play.
First pitch swinging. Ground ball. Johnson is erased. So 1 out, 4-2 the score. 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. And here's Stephen Drew. So a racing legend.
No, I'm very flattered. Those guys, along with me, Darren, obviously did a lot more on the field as a Diamondback than I did.
I don't know about that.
Well, they were here longer. I was fortunate to share that locker room with those guys for that magical 0-1 season and really another magical 0-2 season that just didn't go as well in the postseason.
Stephen pops that one up. Alex Rodriguez giving it a run. He won't get there. By the way, our text poll is brought to you by our good friends with SRP. Not who will win, who do you want to see more, but simply put, who will dominate the Legends race.
Oh, it's gotta
A, Luis Gonzalez. B, Mark Grace. C, Randy Johnson. D, Matt Williams. 36929. A, B, C, or D. 36929. I, of course, am going to vote E. E on this one. Since Gracie has not voted E, I'm going to go with E. None, capital N, of the above.
Nobody will dominate, huh?
None of the above.
I think it's going to be. B. Mark Grace. B. Mark Grace.
Nope. Vote with me, folks. That one is fouled back to the screen.
Dominate. By the way, just to let you know, all 4 of those guys in real life, slow.
And just old.
I'm slow. Gonzo, Randy, Matty, myself, slow.
Popped up a good changeup. Alex Rodriguez got it.
Oh, what a nice play by the star third baseman. Takes one last peek to see where he is. Makes the play. Right in front of a tiny Yankee fan. It's a cool shot right there.
He made a great play, then he bounced it over to Cano, trying to throw it back in. He said, here, throw it back to me. I need another chance. So they threw it to Jeter, who handed it to Alex. Then he bounced it to Vasquez. Said, forget it, just pitch.
He was chasing pop-ups over there the whole time. He's tuckered.
So a big night. Yankees in town. Diamondbacks leading. Legends race. Gonzo's number 20 retired. A lot going on. Oh, that's great. That is fabulous.
That's fan friendly. I'm loving that. Another reason to enjoy the class of Derek Jeter, the class of this Yankee organization. Just for that, he put Jeter's name on the back of his uniform. Just for that reason.
Isn't that interesting? High fly ball into right center field. Granderson under the balcony is there. He puts it away. He nearly got it. Came up just a little bit short. Dad got him a T-shirt, tried to explain everything about Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter explained himself to that young man. To the score, our AT&T trivia question. After the Yankees with 27, namely 3 teams with the most World Series titles. Well, a few said, of course.
How much of the Cubs are one of those? No.
The Cardinals, the Athletics in 3 stops, and the Red Sox. Hey, don't forget, one of our other favorite stops in this ballpark is out there at the Gila River Casino's Kachinko Kiosk, right there at section 111 at Chase Field. If you don't know what it is, head on out there and play. And maybe if you head on out there, bring us a couple of beverages, because we'll be calling a game from out there very soon. Out at the Kachinko Kiosk. Gracie and I will be there.
No, we're not going to be out there. Don't listen to him, folks.
Here's Francisco Cervelli. Boyer past Reynolds, who was in case he dropped down a bunt. Parra fires it in. It's a double. And a clap of the hands pads as he is in there in scoring position with his club down.
Just ripped past a diving Mark Reynolds. Parra got over there and cut it off nicely, but Cervelli easily into second base. And, you know, the Diamondbacks have kind of been pulling a Houdini act here tonight to only give up 2 runs, Darren.
I would agree.
And you can't just continue to think that you're going to luck your way into zeros on the board.
Won the count. Inside 1-1 the count. 2 good outings for the young right-hander. Young man, you've moved up the depth chart. Sam Demel is warming in the pen. And why not?
I think deservedly so.
Opportunities have abounded. The 1-1. Beat him with a fastball. 1-2 the count. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Yankees. They have left 6 on base. 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. They have stranded 2.
Damaso Marte gets loose in the Yankee bullpen.
Fights that one off, hangs up, but not long enough to be caught. So Curtis Granderson, Cervelli moves up to third. Runners are on first and third. And the pesky Brett Gardner now.
Went with another fastball. This time Granderson doesn't get beat by it. Drives it out into center field. And here come the Yankees.
Dontrell Willis went just 2 1/3 innings. He walked 7. He left the bases full. He only gave up 2 runs because Blaine Boyer came in and bailed him out. Boyer thus far has worked 2 2/3 innings and allowed nothing with regard to runs. And has done a fine job. Reynolds has to play way in at third, which opens things up for this slap hitter. That pitch is low, 1-0 the count. Outfield is shallow as well, playing him to the opposite field.
And once again, Boyer going to have to do some fancy pitching here.
ASU alum Colin Curtis waits on deck. Curtis collected his first major league hit last night with a couple of RBIs. Reynolds 2 steps onto the grass at third. The 1-0 outside. 2-0 the count. Curtis looks like he's going to hit Javier Vazquez. Average at best tonight. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Boyer slowed things down.
Yeah.
Our Quest high-speed internet high-speed pitch.
Yeah, Blaine Boyer always been a hard thrower. You see at 97 miles an hour, he's topped out. A lot of pickoffs and a lot of third to first.
And the runner goes. Montero's throw, not in time. Runners are on second and third. Granderson, his 6th stolen base of the year. He has not been caught. Diamondbacks catchers caught stealing percentage a little bit under 18%. That is the 15th best in the National League out of 16 teams.
He gets a really good jump off the board. Really no chance for Montero.
Good pitch.
Good fastball. That was right to the inside corner, Dan.
2-2 the count. He's setting his infield. Even with 2 strikes, Reynolds still 1 foot on that grass. They back up just a little. A lot of slap room over there. Slaps this one on the ground. Run scores.
What a productive out that was by Gardner. He'll get a bunch of high fives from his dugout. As will Cervelli on the other side. But that's how you play the game of baseball. Pull it to the right side, get the RBI, and then drive the other runner to third base. That's all he was trying to do, is just pull a ground ball on the right side. What a great job of hitting. What a great job of team offense that is by the Yankees.
Colin Curtis was called to the major leagues prior to Monday's game from AAA. In his second major league plate appearance, he hit a 2-run double in the 8th inning last night. Hot shot. LaRoche can't make the play. Another run will score, and the ASU alum ties this ball game up. But he does it in a Yankees uniform.
Curtis!
Now just a fastball down the middle. And Colin Curtis just undresses Adam LaRoche. Not much you can do there. A.J. Hinch going to come make a move. Yeoman's work there from Blaine Boyer, but he leaves with a couple of runs across the board in a tie ball game. Well, young man, welcome to the fire. Let's see what you got.
Apiece. The new action comedy Night and Day rolling into theaters near you now as we speak. Enjoy the globe-trotting adventure. Double crossers, close escapes, false identities. Sounds like a road trip for Gracie and I.
I think that sounds wonderful.
Should be a lot of fun, so enjoy it. Sam Demel, 2 innings and 2 appearances this season. It was on the recent road trip to Boston. We were given the news that Connor Jackson was no longer a member of the Diamondbacks. Coming back the other way, talented young reliever, a man who had never pitched in the major league, Sam Demel. His first 2 appearances, he has been flawless. What kind of stuff have you seen from Demel?
Well, you see a fastball that moves both ways. He can cut it, he can sink it, and he can run it up there in the low to mid 90s. Got a breaking ball. It looks like he's got command of. He says he's a 4-pitch pitcher, but right now he just needs a couple.
Fastball and slider is what have worked so well. Pressure, though, now we see how Demel handles, as we mentioned. He had a couple of, as managers will call them, soft landings. This is not one of those.
No. Not in the least.
The right-hander, born in Channelview, Texas. Went to TCU, Spring Texas High School, producing Josh Beckett. He went past a lot of Beckett's prep records his senior year. Good fastball to Jeter, 1-1 the count. Was a third-round pick of the Oakland Athletics in 2007. Out of TCU. It wasn't too long ago when that was Sam Demel. Now this is Sam. He's looking for a ground ball here. He got him out front. Did he just get a team back in the dugout? There's one. There's two. A double play.
Yep, I like him. You're doing just fine, son. You just got one of the greatest Yankees ever to hit into an inning-ending double play.
Early on the base pads, both of these teams scuffling on the pads, but the Diamondbacks got it going early. Couple of runs cross the plate, and another out on the base pads in that first inning. LaRoche with a rocket shot. A couple more runs score for the Diamondbacks. They led it 4-2 at that point. The Yankees fighting their way back. But this wasn't one of the run-scoring plays. In fact, it was a double play. You'll see that highlight again. And then the young man, Colin Curtis, out of ASU with a huge game-tying RBI. In the final part of this story, as our Blimpie game summary is front and center, is Sam Demel, whose heart appears to be just kind of slowly working itself through this day. Seems pretty unfazed to me.
That was pretty impressive. Gets Derek Jeter to hit into a double play to keep the Yankees at 4 runs and a 2-run 6 as Damaso Marte comes in. He's going to toe the rubber for the New York Yankees. Been around a long time now, Marte.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Always had a very good arm.
Known for that fastball, no doubt about it. One ball, one strike, the count. They play Montero to pull in the infield, the outfield the other way. 1-2 the count.
Miguel Montero kind of grabbing at his side, maybe his rib area. Yeah, that's never good. That's never good. Yeah, Dave Edwards he's getting a peek at it as well. And Miguel always takes a big rip. First thing he does, grab that oblique.
Up the ladder goes Jeter. We'll keep an eye on Montero. We've seen Justin Upton miss time with it. We've seen him go on the DL. Let's hope he is.
I think he's fine. I think something just grabbed at him a little bit. I think James Hoy, the home plate umpire, asked if he's okay. Let's keep following him in there and see what he might have to say. There ain't a hotter hitter in the game than that guy right now. Dave Edwards speaks fluent Spanish as well, so they might have been speaking Spanish, and then the translation to A.J. Hinch there.
4-4 our score. That breaking ball sweeps inside. Marte, the talented, gifted arm, the hard-throwing left-hander. And the one that the Diamondbacks hope that they will soon have back in the major leagues, and the young lefty Jordan Norberto. Norberto this year down in AAA Reno in 19 appearances, 25 and a third innings, 25 hits, a lot of walks, 18, but 32 strikeouts. And let's hope he can earn his way back here and help this bullpen out. Pitch is high, 2-1 the count.
And the Diamondbacks could use something from the left side against these tough left-handers.
Yankees have left 6 on, the Diamondbacks 2. Thanks for joining us tonight. We trust you've had a good day to this point. Pitch is outside, 3-1 the count to Young. Young doubled and scored back in the 4th inning, struck out.
There's the offense for the Diamondbacks tonight.
You bet, all 4 runs batted in.
Oh, good pitch. Boy, didn't get the call.
Wow, ball 4, he reaches. You take it.
Well, and that gives me an opportunity to tell you about some bobbleheads. The next giveaway is July 10th, when the first 15,000 fans will get a Greg Schulte bobblehead, the governor, courtesy of Sports 620 KTAR, to mark his 2,000th radio broadcast. Then on August 7th, fans will be sure to line up for the Gonzo bobblehead, courtesy of Chase. Call 602-462-4794 for tickets to either game, or register to win the entire 2010 bobblehead collection at dbacks.com/bobbleworld. That's Bobble World to you. That's big league.
That was a big league read. That was War and Peace, but it was a good read.
It was long. Let's not kid ourselves.
Maybe just one bobblehead per promo.
I think that's a really good idea. Try to get in between bats.
1-0 the count. By the way, the Legends race, we're excited about it. Mikey already has the opening lines. Gracie, you're at 35-1 right now.
What is going on with our boy Mikey? I thought I paid him off to
put
Gonzo on the bottom.
Wow. Whew.
Oh, Mikey, we're going to have a conversation.
Good to know Randy's a lot faster than you now, according to the experts. 1-0 the count. It's good stuff.
No, it's not good stuff at all. It's terrible.
Really enjoy that as the pitch. Fastball blows it in there. 1-1 the count. Adam can hang in there just fine against left-handed pitching. Hitting .315 this season, coming into the series against Southpaws. .242 against righties. Two and one the count.
Laying off the breaking ball from Marte. That should talk him into throwing a fastball here.
And let's see if LaRoche is ready. 4-4 our score. Bottom half of inning number 6.
You can see a little uneasiness now from Marte stepping off. Maybe a little unsure of what he wants to do with Adam LaRoche. Ooh, he got the fastball he wanted. Took a good pass at it, fouled it back. Fastball a little up, little in. The head of the bat was right there.
35-year-old left-hander out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, began as a Mariner. You may remember him in Chicago, did some good work there. Pitched some ninth innings in Chicago, had 10 saves in 02, 11 saves in 03.
I think I got him. He was a Pirate, wasn't he?
Yes, he had some time in 01 as a Pirate, and then in 06 and 07 as that one is fouled off. Big strikeout numbers, big walk numbers, too, throughout his career.
He's just kind of battled inconsistency his whole career. But the talent's just always been there.
Well, we have an arm like that when you keep getting work.
That's exactly right. Left-handed, you throw hard. You can get left-handers out. A guy like Marte, he can get right-handers out too. That's what makes him so valuable. He's not just that quote-unquote left-handed specialist. Joe Girardi can bring him in and face 3 right-handers and be just fine.
Had 4 scoreless appearances in the World Series last year. They called a balk.
You got a balk. Wow. Joe Girardi saying, what is going on out here? No argument at all from Marte. Let's see what he does. Did he start and stop there, John?
He must have started to bring the leg forward to come set the lead leg and then step off. Now he fires into the backstop. Unbelievable. Now, a balk and a wild pitch, losing his composure, but this inning is completely changed.
That's, wow, 180 quick feet right there, and now Joe Girardi's got to bring his infield in. Now a conversation with, well, lots of folks coming. And this is a wild one. No chance for Cervelli. Move on up Chris Young. Joe Girardi, yep, come on in, guys. We need to cut this run off. Well, the Yankees did a great job of manufacturing 2 runs last inning. Let's see if the Diamondbacks can manufacture 1.
A little topper. Marte off the mound. Only play is behind him, and the run scores safely. The Diamondbacks lead it 5-4.
5 RBIs now for Adam LaRoche, and he should take Chris Young to dinner sometime soon. What a great break Young got from third base on that little dribbler up the line. Marte had no play. That's big-time base running on the good side here tonight, Darren Sutton. I mean, great jump. And really a nice play by Marte just to get the out.
Agreed.
I mean, a really good play just to get the out, but what a great jump, a great secondary, and anticipating the ball being struck. Great stuff there by Chris Young. How about taking advantage of some mistakes there?
A balk, a wild pitch. This game's a funny game. You have a runner on first, there's 1 out. Take a few deep breaths, that runner's on third, and then a slow rolling, poorly hit chopper, and it's a run. That one is up and away.
50 RBIs now for Adam LaRoche. He now has the team lead.
Ties his career high 5 RBIs tonight. Second time he's done it this year. 5th time in his career. 2-1 the count. Outside, it's 3-1. For Marte, too. That was his first balk in 3 years.
Isn't it weird how, well, I'm throwing the book out tonight.
You bet.
We've seen lots of weird tonight. Ball 4. That's the 67th walk of the game tonight between both teams.
He feels like it. If he hadn't walked him there, Mark Reynolds would have hit a homer.
Really?
Oh, you bet.
Well,
we'll never know.
You just felt it.
I felt it. I think Marte felt it as well. Here's Gerardo Parra. 50 runs batted in for that man. He was 1 for 7 coming in the series. He's got 8 runs batted in this series. 8 RBIs in the series. Demel has come in, restored order. Now
he's got a bat in his hand. AJ's like, oh, no, you're not done yet. You're going to go back out and pitch some more. Can you blame AJ?
That one is fought off. 0-1 the count. Big sweeping breaking ball. Rusty Ryle is on deck should they get there.
Well, that might be a decoy.
You saw Sam.
He's got a bat
sneaking that bat.
And he's got 2 coaches standing in front of him. He doesn't want Joe Girardi or anybody to see what's going on in that dugout. Grab a bat and get loose, but don't let anybody see it. I think Rusty Ryle might be a decoy. I think Demel's going back out for the top of the 7th inning.
Oh, did Cervelli put that throw on top of the bag?
That was nice, right around the left-handed hitter as well, Gerardo Parra.
1-2 the count.
And that's hard to see as a base runner. That catcher is, he's right behind. He's blocking your view. That was a nice play by Cervelli, and as you said, put it right on the button.
And Teixeira does have those soft hands you spoke of the other day.
Some of the best hands I've ever seen on a first baseman.
Makes everything look so effortless as he just eased in there. The 2-2. Little nubber. Alex Rodriguez in front of Jeter throws. Teixeira is there to pick it. I would imagine Demel goes back to work. We roll on. The Diamondbacks lead it. Diamondbacks baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Grab your bag. It is on Blippy, America's Sub Shop. Quest, high-speed internet, blazing fast speeds. They won't burn up your wallet. Your Valley Hyundai dealers. Time for the 7th inning stretch. Your dollar. Hyundai. Now the most fuel-efficient car maker in America. Visit valleyhyundaidealers.com. Good give and go up there in the ABC Club. Folks having a good time here.
Leading off for New York, right fielder Nick Swisher.
Here's Nick Swisher to face Sam Demel. Demel came on. First batter he faced in his 3rd Major League appearance was Derek Jeter. He got Jeter to roll into a 6-4-3 double play. He's got Nick Swisher, Mark Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez this inning. He was in Sacramento a week and a half ago, with hopes of being an A at some point, but never realized he'd be a big leaguer this quickly. Overthrew that fastball. 1-0 the count. Demel began his professional career in 07. A, AA, AAA made all the stops. Here's a changeup. 2-0 the count.
Well, this is the first time that Demel has pitched with a lead in the major leagues. Whole different story pitching when you're a bunch of runs behind. Let's see what he can do here with a lead.
Overthrew that one again. It's high. 3-0 the count. Below the big leagues in the minor leagues, he had 42 career saves. And he had 10 strikeouts per 9 innings of work. He's pitched under pressure, but in the minor leagues. Lively fastball. 3-1 the count. We have had some big crowds down in Sacramento. He was talking about nearly 15,000 a night there. That one is
nice
fouled off.
There, huh? Cut in on the hands of Swisher. Ate him up.
A little bit different crowd than that of Sacramento, though. Son of Wayne and Claudia Demel. Imagine they're pretty proud. The 3-2. He's got a piece of that slider, tried to throw it under his bat.
That gives me a chance to tell all you moms and dads, are you having trouble finding something to entertain the kids this summer? Bring them down to the ballpark on Sunday, July 25th for a concert with the Wiggles following the D-backs Giants game. Fans of all ages can enjoy the whole gang. Captain Feathersword, Dorothy the Dinosaur, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and all the Wiggly dancers as they bring all the excitement of the Big Top with a Wiggly twist right to Chase Field.
3-2 pitch. Got him with a fastball. It was straight. Not a wiggle on it. 1 away.
And that reminds me, since you're talking about the Wiggles, get your ticket and concert VIP pass at dbacks.com/concert. How about coming back from 3-0 on Nick Swisher to get that big strikeout? That was impressive.
A huge strikeout there. Just blew a fastball right under his swing. The same spot he had thrown a breaking ball earlier. 1 away. Slider, strike 1. I'm not used to seeing Mel Stottlemyre Jr. so comfortable over there.
Not in the late innings.
Not that he's not living through every pitch. Just off the plate. You folks, look at how he comes set, and it might not look comfortable for some of you, especially young pitchers. But the way he does it, it's actually very simple. I mean, you're right there. When you come set out away from your body, you just break your hands and go. lot going on there. Pretty simple mechanics. 1-2.
See that 1 inning I pitched, Darren, I was coming set like close. Is that why I gave up a homer?
I think that's exactly why.
Okay.
If you could have it all to do over again, I come set out like that one.
With your elbows straight.
Yep. Honor Jackson is now in Oakland with the A's.
Over the top, looked like he pulled the string on it.
Beautiful change up there from Demel. Back-to-back strikeouts here to start off the top of the 7th. Boy, that one's there, and then it's gone. Montero found a way to knock it down.
Just simple mechanics. The arm leads, as we said. It starts away from his body. Everything driving towards the plate. Here is Alex Rodriguez. Fastball is away. 1-0 the count.
Nice breaking ball there. Behind on the count, 1-0. You flip a little slider up there, and all A-Rod can do is just take it for strike 1. That's that same changeup, I believe, that he got to Sherrod. Darren Sutton, it's pretty good.
1-2 the count. His junior year at Spring High School. 77 strikeouts in 69 innings. At the same time, not too far from there, Alex Rodriguez, as a Ranger, was busy hitting 47 home runs. He was a junior. That man was a Ranger. And on his way to dominating again the American League. He's fully aware of who he is facing. Swisher, Teixeira, and now Rodriguez. The 2-2. Fastball. Strike 3 over the inside corner. The Diamondbacks have found themselves a relief pitcher, and his name is Sam Demel. And his hotel is open for business. Nick Swisher, good morning. Mr. Teixeira, good afternoon. A-Rod, good evening. Shall we turn your
The post-game show. Joe, you got something you need to say?
Before Sutton Gracie have a chance, I'm claiming him. Demel is my guy.
It's his guy. I have something I'd like to say. I have one more of these babies left. The DVD box set of the 2001 World Series, a cheap promotional announcement. First person that follows me, the newest follower at Walsh Todd on my Twitter account. This baby is yours, but Sam Demel is
my guy.
That's coming up. Post-game show. You just jumped all over that right after the last out. Guys, we'll send it back to you. Walsh Todd for this baby.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if I like that too much.
Pitching change. We will step aside. When we come back, we'll reset the situation. 5-4. There's Borowski, Scott. Sam Demel enjoying his first real major league pressure, handling it very well, thank you very much. That's the fastball inside corner. Not a bit of argument.
A-Rod knew it. Good for him. Good for the Diamondbacks.
Tony Abreu.
I love the fact that the courage to go right through Swisher, Teixeira, A-Rod. More than anything, more than the strikeouts and the stuff, I love the courage.
Mm-hmm. Right back through the middle. Jeter is there. And balance throw. Looked like he slipped on some grass. You go down out there and unable to dig it is Teixeira. Yeah, he took a divot out there.
So Girardi going to come out and check on his star shortstop. He makes the play, and as you said, yeah, he just takes a big divot. Teixeira can't come up with it. Let's just hope Derek Jeter's okay. That's the main thing. One thing we know about that young man, he's some kind of tough. And he'll be just fine. And we'll move right along. Scored a base hit for Abreu.
Now has second baseman Kelly Johnson.
So now Kelly Johnson in this 5-4 game. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Yankees. 6 left on base, 5 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for the Diamondbacks. 3 stranded. Robertson sends Abreu back to the bag. Pitched in yesterday's win, a couple of hits and an earned run while working. And a pickoff throw drives Abreu back. Not quite sure what that was we just saw there a moment ago.
Oh, looked like maybe Homemade doll of A-Rod and Jeter, like in a ballerina skirt or something, carrying a purse.
Very troubling. Squaring to bunt, bunts right through it, but no one there at the bag, so no pickoff throw at first. 0-1 the count. Let's hope Johnson and all the extra base hits and that .500 slugging percentage. Those 23 doubles and 13 homers. Love to see him drive it in the gap here.
I'm thinking driving the gap myself. You got a 1-run lead. Go ahead and drive in the gap. Maybe drive it out of here. Make it a 3-run lead. What do you think?
100% agree.
Right-hander on left-hander. That's hard hitting Kelly Johnson.
He's got a good move. Robertson, a good
He's
athlete.
got quick feet,
wow. Broke his bat. A quick turn. Can no ever get rid of that. My goodness.
That was some kind of pretty.
So Johnson not able to drive it in the gap. Instead, tied up there, broke his bat.
Perfect feed to Jeter. That gets Kelly Johnson by a step. But you're right. Boy, he got rid of that thing nicely. Jeter had the easy part.
Pitches away. 1-0 the count to Stephen Drew. 5-4 the Diamondbacks lead the Yankees. One and one the count. One and two the count to Drew. Stephen singled and scored in the first inning. Grounded out the first and the third inning and fly to center field. He's just 1 for 11 in this series.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a problem. It'd be a great series if you can find a way to put 6 more outs on the board and take 2 or 3 from the world champs.
Upton waits on deck. They play Drew to pull in the infield. Maybe a step or two. Alex way off the line at third. Juan Gutierrez getting ready to come in out of that bullpen.
New roles now for everybody down there, including Sam Demel.
Gutierrez has pitched effectively the last couple of outings. Over the outside corner, much like Demel doing painting. Nail biting for bull skippers tonight. That man made it look pretty easy. For our score, fun had by one and all. Our SRP text question.
What we got? Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, look at the odds are changing.
Well, Mikey's changed the odds. Well, I've moved ahead of the big unit. I've moved ahead of Randy Johnson.
Well, look at.
I'm still a long shot.
Look at how many of you out there in our viewing audience, and we love you all, but you really think Matt Williams is a turtle. I mean, you think he is slow, not athletic. You have just completely insulted the Marine. Fair enough, I understand, but you folks, you deal with Matt Williams.
They seem to think that I'm going to dominate.
5-4 the score. Here's something I won't deny and won't look away from. It's the fact that Juan Gutierrez in his last 3 outings has pieced it back together nicely. And for his confidence, something that had almost completely crumbled and I would imagine disappeared, it's good to see.
Well, we're about to find out just how confident he is, because this is not what you like to call that soft landing. This is real now. New York Yankees 1-run game, top of the 8th.
How about that? Starts him with a changeup, the aggressive Cano in the hold, 0-1.
Pretty changeup right there by Gutierrez.
2 innings against Atlanta, scoreless. An inning at Boston, scoreless. An inning at Detroit, another 0. No walks, 3 strikeouts.
Another changeup right off the end of the bat. It's cued.
Cano has reached base safely in 65 of the 71 games in which he has played. That is the best in Major League Baseball. Just got a piece of that one. Looking forward to getting back and seeing all of you at the ballpark when the Dodgers come to town, when the Cubs come to town, when the Marlins come to town. Folks packing this place. What a great look it has had in this yard with all of you here over the last 3 days.
2 blowout games on each side. Now a barn burner.
Slaps that one the other way. Boy, can he hit.
He waited around, hung around, finally got the fastball he wanted from Gutierrez and drilled it into left field. That's big time hitting right there.
Francisco Cervelli doubled and scored, struck out looking, grounded out in front of the catcher and called time.
I like this guy. He doesn't use any batting gloves.
Doesn't use batting gloves.
He's an old school ball player.
Grinds it out. He's played quite a bit this year with injuries and age with regard to the 38-year-old Jorge Posada, the big name we know of. Well, spins out of the way of a slider. Never saw if it was a strike or not. 1-0 the count. There's the veteran looking on. One of the gentlemen that helped to lay the foundation in the Bronx. As another part of the foundation of the last decade of domination. 1-1 the count. I'm talking about the new wing that's being built.
You weren't talking Garrett,
Garrett,
Ruth, DiMaggio, Mantle, and Posada.
No. Jeter, Posada, Rivera, Pettit from 96 on.
Whitey Ford. Okay.
The 1-1.
Gas. Oh. Ball?
Hasn't been a strike tonight, though. As much as we all want it. Damaso Marte had exactly the same pitch.
I suppose you're right. Look at AJ.
I don't blame him. This is when you want it the most.
Nice breaking ball behind on the count there. And when a former hitter thinks they're strikes, they're strikes. I didn't want anything to be a strike.
2-2, 5-4 the score. Off the end of the bat, easy chance for Upton. So now, Curtis Granderson. Fly to center, double, singled, stole a base, and scored. Dontrell Willis struggled, went 2 1/3, 2 runs, 7 walks in the ball game. Blaine Boyer went 3, eventually just hit the wall, but pitched well, gave up 2 runs. Sam Demel, an inning and 2/3, nothing. Floats a changeup in there. Boy, that has been a key pitch.
Well, the word on Granderson is he's a very good fastball hitter. He likes to pull the baseball, and he can turn around anybody's fastball. So the fastballs you throw to him need to be away.
Slider, 0-2.
Or just throw him off speed. One of the real good gentlemen of the game, Granderson. But he does struggle with off-speed stuff.
Ian with another slider, 1-2 the count.
But that's a good place for that 0-2 slider. Right on the back foot, make him move. He almost swung.
Seven hits for both of these teams. New York has stranded 6, Arizona 3. Fastball, tip, caught, strike 3.
Three off-speed pitches, including this one. That's the slider on the back foot. That's the one that made him move, and that sets up the high fastball, the check swing, but it got a piece of the bat. And that's a big second out here for Gutierrez.
One 1-0 the count to the pesky Brett Gardner. Jorge Posada waits on deck. The 1-0.
Gas right down the middle.
Makes you wonder about this right-hander. What exactly was he experiencing in his 23 2/3 innings this year? He's given up a run an inning.
Yeah, I was imagining he just felt naked out there.
10
just
homers.
With nowhere to hide.
In on the hands, pops it up, very shallow center field. Hustling all the way to third is Robinson Cano.
Jorge Posada, the man my partner said laid the foundation. Going to come in and pinch hit. And these Yankee fans see him. He's one of their favorites and has been for 15 years. Oh, yeah. Get loud, Chase Field.
He's a 5-time All-Star with 252 career homers. Part of that core group we were speaking of a moment ago. 38 years old and now about to face Gutierrez. Tying run is at third. There are 2 outs though.
Yankee fans and D-back fans, they're all up. I don't care who you're rooting for, folks. Get up. Make some noise. Good breaking ball, strike 1.
Slider for strike 1. He's got 9 home runs and 26 RBIs this year. He is hitting .281.
Breaking ball, strike 2.
Same pitch, Same result. Both of those breaking balls just buckled Jorge Posada. I'm sure there's a Jose Posada somewhere, but he ain't in the box right now.
If he's a Yankees fan, he's cheering. And he's biting his nails. The 0-2 fastball wouldn't chase. Good idea, and he hit his spot. What a wild ride for Gutierrez. His first 4 games, no runs. His next 18 games, 23 runs. His last 3, no runs. The 1-2 pitch, runner goes, popped it up, and into the seats. It'll be a souvenir.
Everybody's up. I don't see many fannies in seats, Darren Sutton. This is great. And it is loud.
The 1-2. Got him with a slider. A week and a half ago, that right-handed reliever was completely lost. No direction at all, and was giving up home runs at a record pace. Not tonight.
Best slider of the night right there.
Juan Gutierrez works his way out of a mess, a scoreless frame, and he has done that now in his last 4 outings as he got him with that slider.
That was by far his best slider of the night, right over the top of it, and out in front of it is Posada. Big pitch at a big time. Posada probably not all that crazy about the celebration, but you know what? That's the biggest out of the year right there for that man, and he's been through a lot.
He has certainly been through an awful lot. It's the first time I think the crowd has been cheering in his ears, but you're exactly right with the response to his view of that celebration.
Well, just remember, it was these Diamondbacks, Darren, that didn't really like all that celebrating in Detroit.
I would agree. Consistency is important. Jabba Chamberlain goes to work, and a pitch misses away. 1-0 the count. Teammates call him Shoes as he comes on for the 33rd time this year. 5.34 ERA. Better nicknames. 5-4 the score.
Those are sharp.
1-1 the count.
Those are some sharp kicks. Wow, I bet you Matt Williams would love a pair of those.
I think you're right. Maybe Ron Guidry. The 1-1. Fastball. 1-2 the count.
Justin Upton learned a long time ago as he whacks himself in the noggin for swinging at that neck-high fastball. Jabba throws 97 miles an hour. You better have some kind of bat speed to catch up with a fastball up there.
The 1-2. Taking a look ahead at what's brewing. The brothers matchup this weekend. Growing up in Chesapeake, Virginia. Justin Upton, B.J. Upton. And looking forward to that matchup. We'll have a conversation with the two together. We've already lined that up. We'll talk with both of them. We'll see it on our post-game shows and throughout the game. The 1-2. Slider, and Upton goes down on strikes.
I would imagine good chance we're going to see Mr. and Mrs. Upton there as well.
Oh, you bet.
Good friends of the show.
So now Miguel Montero. Four runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Diamondbacks. Or I should say the Yankees. They have stranded 8. Arizona 5-7-0. One and 0 the count to Miguel Montero. Gets out of the way. Miggy squares that one up. Ho-hum, another 2-hit night. He's also walked. So 2 for 3 with a walk.
And he almost got a piece of John Hirschbeck, the veteran umpire. This ball was following him. He didn't know where to go. Watch Hirschbeck. Whoa, hey! You still got it, Johnny boy. You still got it. It was Miguel Montero that almost got Brian Runge in Detroit as well, remember.
Yes, in a not-so-friendly spot. I'll tell you, Miguel, with that base hit, that is a nasty curveball, by the way.
Sure is.
Goodness.
With the stuff Jabba throws up there, Chamberlain, just wonder how he even ever gives up a run.
But Miggy, that average now at 429. We're talking Dan Herron territory now.
I'm sure he's letting Dan know about it, too.
0-1 the count. Broke his bat roller. There's one. That's all they will get.
I would imagine Herron and Montero have about the same amount of at-bats this year.
Probably similar.
That'll be pretty close.
I would imagine it's very similar. Let's see. Dan Herron, 41, 2, 3 at bats. And Miguel Montero, a couple of more, about 48, 49.
Similar. That's going to change shortly. Miguel will be.
He'll go way past.
Just a few more.
Okay.
It's fun to talk about. They've had about the same amount of bats, and Dan's got him. All 5 RBIs tonight for Arizona belong to this man, Adam LaRoche.
What a huge night.
Well, how about just put a little icing? Now Jabba looks in like, my goodness, where do I have to throw the ball to get a strike?
We'll let you know. 1-0 the count. Just a mammoth man with a rocket right arm.
One of the really nice guys in the game, too. Very respectful young man.
Nebraska born. He played in college with Royals phenom Alex Gordon.
Well, he likes to throw, doesn't he? Francisco Cervelli. I like a catcher like that. I'll tell you what, it keeps a base runner honest. Keeps those secondary leads short. That's the difference between maybe scoring on a gapper and being thrown out at the plate on a gapper.
Well, that was an easy 95 over the outside corner. 2-1 the count. "33 appearances. No one else has more." Really adopted that relief pitcher role in the postseason last year. 10 times came out of the bullpen after appearing only once in 09 as a relief pitcher. You know, this younger pitcher anyway, with regard to experience, he is not taking his time and being deliberate because he's indecisive. He's doing the best he can to keep Chris Young from being an extra run. But Young is gone. The pitch is in. Throw down from his knees, even though Young's had a huge jump, and it's a stolen base. It's getting fun to watch for Chris now, and it's happening. I mean, the stolen bases are really piling up. That's 13.
Oh, just a huge jump. Really no chance for Cervelli, even though he's got a great arm. When a base runner gets a good jump, when a fast base runner gets a good jump, I don't care if you're Johnny Bench, I don't care who you are, you ain't throwing him out. But what that leads to is ball 4 here to Adam LaRoche, and an opportunity now for Reynolds to try to get some kind of insurance run or runs here for the Diamondbacks here in the bottom of the 8th.
Runners on first and second for Mark Reynolds.
He's always got that puncher's chance, does Reynolds. Walked his last time up. Beautiful slider there from Chamberlain. Oh, what a pitch. 90-mile-an-hour slider.
He got Matt Cain last year. He got Josh Johnson, Zach Greinke, and Felix Hernandez, Ubaldo Jimenez, and Brad Lidge. 0-2 the count. The 0-2. Again, we told you earlier, you're better off not throwing that one outside or in the dirt. You won't get him at that one. Young out there at second base since June 5th. 9 stolen bases now, more than anyone in baseball. Got him looking. Derek Jeter, Nick Swisher, Mark Teixeira, ready to roll. Former New York Met, Aaron Heilman comes on. Sam Demel certainly could be one, but Sam Demel's innings aren't as important if it's not for Adam LaRoche. 5 RBIs, Gracie, in a huge night.
Well, he now leads the Diamondbacks in RBIs with 50. And what started out as a very ugly baseball game, Darren, has turned into an awfully entertaining one.
Yeah, both gentlemen, both teams muddling around the bases early on. From 2003 until 2008, Aaron Heilman wore a New York uniform. He was crosstown at Shea, pitching for the Mets. He comes on for the 32nd time this year, looking for his 2nd save of the year and the 11th in his major league career.
Plenty of experience pitching in those Mets-Yankees Subway Series. Well, let's see what you got, young man.
Fastball just in. 1-0 the count to Derek Jeter. Again, he faces Jeter, Swisher, and Teixeira. Fastball high, 2-0 the count. Derek is 1 for 8 with an RBI and a strikeout in his career against Heilman. 1 for 8.
He's worked the count to 2-0. This is where a lot of balls get hit hard if they're in the strike zone, especially by a great one like this. Taken all the way and took it right down the middle for strike one.
The 2-1. Waves and a running fastball, lively 2-2 the count.
He ran down and in right underneath the barrel of the bat of Derek Jeter, right under his hands. Good pitch.
Fastball, slider, occasionally, and a very good changeup.
Good gamesmanship there by Jeter.
Two. This got a piece. Down the tunnel it goes by the D-backs dugout. Heilman since late April. His last 23 games, an ERA of 2.25.
That was the first change up from Heilman. Jeter was able to stay alive.
We have not seen future Hall of Famer Mariano Rivera at all in this series, and the Diamondbacks fans are fine with that. Yankees fans would love to see their closer. 2-2. Solid take on a changeup there. Diamondbacks Earlers. Now a Baker's dozen. 3 ball counts tonight. 13 of them. Out of that, Dontrell Willis. The 3-2. Inside, ball 4.
Well, now Joe Girardi ask himself the question, does he bunt with Nick Swisher? 10 walks now for Diamondback pitching. You got good speed at first base in Jeter. You've got big-time hitters behind Swisher. Swisher's also having a terrific year. 299 as we speak, 45 RBIs. Do you bunt him? The answer is not a chance.
Changeup misses, 1-0 the count. He's got 11 home runs. He's got an on-base plus slug of 890. Slugging over 500. Teixeira. Rodriguez waiting. Heilman, the 1-0. Changeup, drops it in there. Change-up, 1-2.
Beautiful pitch there. Way out in front of it was Swisher.
The 10 walks issued by Diamondbacks pitchers, a season high. A little bit misleading in a sense. It's 7 by Dontrell, who was on the way to walking the entire ballpark in 3 cents. His mates have kept this a ball game. The 1-2. Another changeup. So 3 in a row now after a fastball started him off. In Manhattan, I'm sure a lot of folks watching well into the 1 o'clock hour back east.
They tend to play long games, these New York Yankees.
Change up, out. We'll keep an eye on Jeter here, won't we? Swisher has struck out 59 times in 251 at-bats. Not an alarming total at all. Jeter will watch. Stays put. Ball 4.
Back entry back. Walks to start the ninth inning.
Mel Stoudemire Jr. out for a conversation. Mark Teixeira digging his spot out in the batter's box. Especially looks like he will get relief and a base runner. Kevin Russo. That's Kevin Russo running. Mark Teixeira has met up with Aaron Heilman 5 times. There's been 1 walk, 4 at-bats, 2 hits, and a home run. Arizona this year, the 9th inning, as they tie a franchise record for a game. Change up, strike 1. Has been their Bermuda Triangle that 9th inning. They have given up a run per inning on average in the 9th.
Fastball that time. Put it in the middle of the plate, but he got away with it.
Mariano Rivera warming. Ahead 0-2. Change up, stayed back as long as he could. Reynolds way off the line at third. Outfield deep and playing the pull. The 0-2. Bouncing ball. LaRoche with the play. Flip to the bag goes Heilman. Runners are on second and third now with 1 out. Ball hugging that line. Everybody swallowing hard in Diamondbacks red.
Oh, terrific play there by LaRoche. In between hop, saving extra bases. However, it is a productive out by Teixeira. Second and third. Now, do you pitch to A-Rod with a base open and Robinson Cano on deck? Or do you put him on, take your chances, and try to get a double play ball? They're bringing the infield in, and they are going to pitch to Alex Rodriguez. This is why we pay to watch baseball. These moments.
Fastball, fly ball, center field. Upton says, give me a shot at it. He is there. He makes the play. The throw goes to third. We're tied. We are tied at 5. Aaron Heilman can't save this ball game. Alex Rodriguez, RBI number 50 on the year. And high fives all around. Jeter comes on down to score.
Now you have to walk Cano and go after Cervelli on deck. All due respect to Francisco Cervelli, but he's not an MVP candidate. Ah, what a shame. What a shame.
Sam Demel will not get his first Major League victory. Mariano Rivera warming in the pen. Demel will have many more opportunities. So Diamondbacks now just trying to keep it where it is at 5-5 and not let it get any further. Cervelli grounded out, struck out, doubled and scored, and flied to right field. First ever time he has matched up with Heilman in a regular season game. Slider, strike one. Cervelli came in, hitting .415 with runners in scoring position. Good fastball after the slider. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2. Got him looking over the outside corner, and he got it with a fastball, but Heilman allows one precious run, which allows this game to play on. Still working well. You know you've had a nice career when you dug into the box against that man. Now you're sitting up here in the broadcast booth, and he's still doing it. He is on a roll, as you can see of late. 542 career saves. But in the postseason, 39 saves. One big one he wasn't able to convert here. A 0.74 ERA. One of the greatest pitchers in the history of the game.
I was going to say, you don't say the greatest relief pitchers. He's just one of the greatest pitchers, period. He's going to face Gerardo Parra to start his evening in a tie ball game.
Used to be that righties maybe had a better chance against him with that cut fastball. And he just buries in on lefties. There it is, up and in. But this year, no one's had a chance. Righties are 4 for 41 against him. That's an 098 clip. Lefties are 5 for 39. That's a 128 clip. 1-1 the count.
That's the other thing. He has just great command as well. Throws nothing off speed. He's got a straight fastball and a cut fastball. Never an off-speed pitch. That's the cutter. Para getting a bit of an education.
Born November 29th, 1969, Panama City, Panama. Signed with the Yankees in 1990. Runs the fastball in, 1-2 the count. You know you're a solid relief pitcher when you receive most valuable player votes. The 1-2. Fastball in. But when you've received most valuable player votes in 8 different seasons as a relief pitcher,
you're pretty good.
You've done something well.
People keep asking, when are you going to retire? Why should he? He's still the best.
The 1-2.
Selfishly, I don't want him to retire. I love watching him. I love watching him on TV. He's allowed.
He is grandfathered in. He will be the last Yankee to ever wear that number. The 1-2. Broke his bat. One away. Buried it in. Before the game, Joe Borowski, Todd Walsh spoke with him about possible retirement.
It's tentative. It's tentative. You know, it's 600. It's a great number. But I'll tell you one thing. I want to be able to do this job to the point that I know successful in the same level of competition. If my competition is not the level that I am accustomed to bring to the game, I think it's time to go.
Put it simple, huh?
Yeah. When I feel I'm not ready to or able to compete at the level I expect of myself, then time to go. It's that simple.
Pitches away. He had a 3-game stretch in May where he gave up all 5 of his runs this year. The 1-1. 1-2 the count. Strike 3.
It's impressive. It's like he's out there in a lazy boy, throwing one pitch, and these guys just having no chance. Not a maximum effort guy at all. Just everything, the mechanics, everything under control. It's a pleasure.
0-1 the count to Kelly Johnson. Meeting at length with the media today, Mariano Rivera spoke glowingly about the series ahead, too. His chance to see Joe Torre. Boy, did he give him a lot of credit today, as that one missed in.
You know, Mariano is not the biggest man. Now, these dominating pitchers are just such big guys. He's probably 185, 190 pounds tops. Oh, dear. And he is just a big bully with that cut fastball. Just missed with the fastball. That was the straight one, Darren. That wasn't the cutter. And it's clearly outside.
Two and 2 the count. Job, Kelly Johnson hanging around against Mariano Rivera. 2-2. Kelly down the line into the corner, but it's foul.
Well, Kelly was cheating on that one. He was looking to get the head out and do big damage. Mariano threw it where he was looking, but he was just a little quick. Watch the front foot open up. He's cheating. He almost got it. Back to the outside goes Rivera.
High fly ball, well struck right field. Hoffman is on the track, and he's got just enough room.
That, folks, is a closer.
Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Carlos Rosa goes to work. For the 14th time this season, the right-hander takes the baseball. And away we go into the 10th. Both of these teams, 5 runs with 8 hits and no errors. The difference, the walks, but the Yankees haven't cashed in. They've stranded 10. The Diamondbacks have stranded 5. Here's Curtis Granderson. First pitch fastball is high. 1-0 the count. Curtis. Single, double, stolen base run scored. Flied out and struck out. Good pitch. 94, 1-1 the count. Diamondbacks travel tomorrow. And then we'll head all the way down to the west coast of the great state of Florida to take on the Rays. Change up is low. 2-1 the count. The Yankees head to Los Angeles where they take on the Dodgers. Both series start Friday. High drive, deep right field. Granderson touches them all.
Well, it didn't take these Yankees long to introduce themselves in extra innings. Carlos Rosa, meet the world champions. Change up, stays belt high, right down the middle. Granderson loves to pull the baseball way out of here.
Number 14 hits number 7. Fastball buried in, popped up and into the seats. Anderson acquired over the wintertime after homering 30 times in Detroit last year. According to our good friends with Elias Sports Bureau, it's the first time a world championship club has added to their roster a 30 home run bat. Cost him a good young center fielder.
Austin Jackson.
And as we know here in the desert, boy, no, I thought there was going to be a fabulous play. LaRoche knew he had to try that way. Edwards out to check on Rosa. Might have twisted his ankle around the bag. Flying up the bag was Gardner. Or the
Gardner might have dove into his leg. Yeah, I think it was more the knee. Let's see. Good call by Laz Diaz. Now he twists his ankle, stepping on Gardner.
Well, he did. He stepped all over his arm with spikes. So that ankle, he'll try to walk it off. Gardner, I would imagine, is okay. We don't see any concern on his end. He got stepped on. Makes that play very dangerous, you young ball players out there. You love the speed and the hustle, but it could have been a lot worse for both. Lucky he didn't have more damage there to his arm.
And you see the twist there. Rosa. Fortunately, both guys are fine.
Puts that base stealing wrap on for another head first slide. Chad Huffman came on to play defensively. Chad 1 for 7 this year.
I would imagine Gardner going to try to be on the move sometime shortly.
Was a Padre up until the second week of April. He was claimed off of waivers by the Yankees. It's interesting watching this roster and its construction with the unbelievably highly compensated superstars, the future Hall of Famers, the cornerstones of the new Yankees and all their championships. And then just fits, guys that fit. Chad Huffman wasn't good enough to be a Padre. As Boone Logan gets ready to go to work. But he fits here. Popped up and over our head. Still at first is Gardner. I agree with you. I mean, he can fly. He's got 23 stolen bases.
Rosa quick to the plate, though.
Gardner's working on him, isn't he? That's what he'll do a couple of pitches. Probably, as you said, doesn't like what he sees. Got a huge lead.
You see how quickly he delivers it. That's tough to steal on.
Well, good for him. Or a relief pitcher working out of the stretch.
That's a very good rate.
In his career, it's even higher than that. One and two the count, 6-5 the score. Jeter waits on deck. Nobody out. Colorado rallied and beat the Boston Red Sox 8-6.
Colorado not missing a beat at all without their star player, Troy Tulowitzki, out with a broken wrist.
San Diego, they beat Tampa.
Twice in a row at Tampa.
Runner was on the move that time. It's fouled off. Two and two, the count. Should the Yankees hold on, their lead will be 2.5 games on both of those clubs. Interesting, too, is more concern being shown. Tampa this year, great on the road, 24-12. We've told you about Arizona's 10-27. Tampa is 24-12 on the road. They're just one game over 500 at home.
Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Bouncing ball, foul ball. What an effort by Mark Reynolds. It's a foul ball. Foul ball is the call.
I'll tell you what, that was still a sparkler.
Unbelievable
that
play.
Was still a sparkler. I don't care if it was foul, Mark Reynolds. That's a great play. Oh, that's beautiful. The stretch and everything. Wally Bell, third base umpire, immediately called it foul, but that's still a super play by Mark Reynolds. I love to see him selling it out anyway.
Two. Runner goes. Pitch is in the dirt. It's a huge turn. It's a stolen base. Really no damage done. That pitch is in. It's ball four. Another walk. 13 walks issued by Diamondbacks pitchers. And now Derek Jeter. Dontrell Willis went 2 1/3, gave up 2 runs. Blaine Boyer 3 innings, 2 runs. Sam Demel an inning and 2/3, perfect out of the bullpen. The 13 walks. As Pauls gets loose, again, a thought on those 13 walks. No team in the big leagues in a game has issued 13 walks this year. Now, that being said, they're fortunate that it's 6-5.
Yeah. For the time being, Ross is going to have to find a way to throw some strikes and have to find a way to get some outs. Because I can tell you right now, this team, there's chum in the water. And if Ross doesn't start throwing some strikes and some quality strikes, it's going to be a feeding frenzy on his end.
Jeter with 2,832 career hits. This puts him about 60 or plus hits ahead of Pudge. Number 2 of active players. Reynolds with a chance to get 2. And they got it.
Well, what a big-time pitch and a big-time. Mark Reynolds made a nice play as well. And in between hop, ball was hit well. and went around the horn with the double play. Change up, beats it into the ground. Watch the in-between hop. Perfect feed to Johnson, and easily done. Mariano Rivera is going to hit for himself and try to close it out. And don't be fooled. This guy's one of the best athletes, period, in the game. He can hit. He doesn't get to hit very often, but he can hit.
He takes a strike. Rivera, this is his 4th plate appearance in 16-plus seasons in the major leagues. He's got to walk, he's got to strike out.
That's pretty hitterish, isn't it? Laugh it up all you want. I'd like to have that good a swing. And with a day off tomorrow, Joe, for these Yankees, Joe Girardi said, go ahead and go out and throw 2 innings if you have to.
Rivera grounds it. Wilson covers the bag. Mariano Rivera will go back to work with his Yankees leading it 6-5. Glad to have you back at the ballpark. Images from this series, an energy-filled series. Ballpark loaded to the rafters each and every night. It's been our honor. Rodrigo certainly the highlight of the series for the Diamondbacks. And for the Yankees and their fans, a highlight of seeing that man pitch back in this ballpark and also hit, of all things. And it's strike 1. Cut fastball is in. You faced him, you succeeded against him. What kind of pep talk do you give yourself when you prepare for it?
Well, mine was in a bit of a, it was in a pretty big situation. My pep talk to myself was, as that was flipped out, it looks like it's going to drop for a base hit. It does. Steven Drew, yeah, whatever Steven Drew just said. But mine was, I told myself, this is the biggest at-bat of your life. Make it a good one. Steven Drew fights off that cutter inside and gets a base hit. Now the Diamondbacks have speed on first base. Like you said, somehow it's only 6-5, Darren. And the tying run standing on first base, and the winning run with a lot of pop in that bat. 13 home runs worth of pop steps into the box.
Straight fastball, ran it in.
Ran it in on it. Mariano Rivera is not real fast to the plate. Stephen Drew, who runs very well, but doesn't run very much. If he could gauge him, maybe become today's Brian Roberts. Gas. Right under the hands, right by Justin Upton. Those are those four-seam fastballs right there, Darren. Those aren't the cutters. He's just bullying both sides of the plate. The right-hander's in, the left-hander's in.
The 0-2 to Justin Upton. Fastball shot down the line. It's a fair ball. Drew is out front. They're going to stop the runner at third with nobody out. The winning run is at second base in the form of Justin Upton.
Boy, Justin Upton got an 0-2 pitch, and did he ever rifle it down the left field line? Don't see many mistakes from Mariano Rivera, but boy, does Justin Upton just smoke that fastball right down the line. By the time Gardner gets it in, Drew at third base, Upton at second base, Montero now with an opportunity. Now Montero, as we know, Darren Sutton, he likes the ball out over. He's not a guy that likes the ball inside. And that's right where Mariano Rivera loves to pitch. Left-handed hitters is inside, but they're going to walk him. They're going to walk him. They see the .429 batting average up there, and it's the right thing to do, if you ask me. And take your chances with a guy having another good year in Chris Young.
Of course, in that fateful November night when Rivera pitched here and the Diamondbacks made history for their franchise forever, he hoped to have another opportunity to pitch in this ballpark. It was a regular season game, June 15th, 2004. 2.5 or more years later, he picked up a save. This is only the second time since 2001 he has pitched in a regular season game in this ballpark. And the faces couldn't be more different than when they were in the past.
You're exactly right.
They're now coaching and in broadcast booths, advising CEOs.
Joe Girardi brings his infield in. And I like this move by Girardi. I think this is the right play. Whether it works or not, I don't know. But he's going to cut it off at the plate if he can. Chris Young looking to send us home.
He ended the last homestand, Young did, with a walk-off. In on the corner. 1-1 the count. Rivera has given up 2 hits in this single inning. He had given up 1 hit previous of that since May 25th.
Oh, gosh. You're seeing rarefied air here.
1 for their last 33 previous of this appearance. Against a surefire Hall of Famer. The 1-1. Pops it up. Is there room? Cervelli seeking room. He's got room. Races right back to the plate. Well, wouldn't you know it, the man who has been the entire story offensively tonight gets another chance. Adam LaRoche.
Chris Young's had a couple opportunities with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. He struck out and popped up. But after each of those times, Adam LaRoche has picked him up with some kind of RBIs. Now, why not just drive in all 7 and let's go home, Darren Sutton?
LaRoche is 0 for 2 career against him. Fastball is high. Cut fastball. 1-0 the count.
Yankees have moved their infield back now, playing double play depth. Oh, look at that cut fastball. Right over the top of it goes LaRoche.
The 1-1. In on the hands, popped up on the infield. Alex is there. 2 outs. Boy, tough stuff. Pop up to the catcher, pop up to the third baseman.
Once again, right on the hands of LaRoche. He can't get him out of there. An easy pop up. Now it's up to Mark Reynolds, and I think it's only fitting that it's up to Mark Reynolds, the guy with the puncher's chance. Does he strike out a lot? You betcha he does. But he's got a chance to do damage against anybody, and you've said it. Where's Gonzo when you need him?
Little bloop single.
Great drama, though, here.
Oh, and 1 the count. The tying run is at third. The winning run is at second. They've been there for the last couple of batters. The 1-1 on the corner.
And those are strikes. Mark doesn't think they are, but those are strikes. They're just perfect strikes. All right. Been a fun series, hasn't it?
Great atmosphere.
No matter what happens.
Great environment. This crowd, 3 nights in a row, has been incredible. Not interested. 2-2 the count. Nowhere to put him, by the way, which is the obvious thing to say. The 2-2. Got it. Unbelievable Houdini act by Mariano Rivera. The bases were loaded for the Diamondbacks. There was nobody out here in the 10th inning, and Rivera locks this game down.
Like we said earlier, that's a closer. Did we mention he's 40 years old?
40 years old, pitching like he's 25, but yet the wisdom of a 40-year-old. The tenacity, certainly. The Yankees win this series. They had a fight in their hands tonight, though. They had a fight in their hands from the Diamondbacks. It was easy for New York last night. They got their fannies beat pretty well in Game 1. Tonight was a great ball game.
It was a great ball game. And Mariano Rivera closing it out. The heart of a thief.
There is more with you, then it's out on the road. But before we do that, I know